on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is September 28th. It is currently 2:32. We're pretty much right on time, and I'm happy to be here with you, though some of the things we're going to be talking about are upsetting today. There is breaking news that has come out about 3 hours ago. We first became aware of the Blanc Mormon Church shooting, and please do let me know if the volume's off. But yeah, it was the Mormon Church shooting. It was pretty bad. The church was set on fire. Potentially, we don't know why, potentially to ensure that there would be even more threats to life and limb and injuries. We are just now, after 3 hours, we are just now getting some information. The police have confirmed that the individual responsible who was killed on the scene was a 40-year-old male. We haven't been told much more than that. He lived in Burton, Michigan. The actual church shooting happened about 60 miles north of Detroit. Supposedly, now this part is conjecture. It is not confirmed yet. There is an individual that has been named by some sources, not confirmed by the mainstream news media yet. We believe that if it is that individual that has been named in some media sources, this individual was 42, a former member of the Army, an individual that had a record of mental health issues and PTSD. It is claimed that this individual may have used a rifle, and we believe there are images that are circulating the internet at this moment showing a pickup truck with 2 American flags in it, which means that very shortly, and in fact, as we are speaking, there are individuals online who are blaming this on MAGA, making America great again. And they're blaming it on Donald Trump, and they're blaming it on America First policies and Republicans, which I think is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. The principles and many of the adherents to America First, to MAGA, to many Republicans, and also Donald Trump, Religion, especially Christian-based religions, are sacrosanct. Sacrosanct. I mean, Charlie Kirk, great example. He was a very religious man. He reflected the core beliefs of many Republicans and many conservatives throughout America. To say that someone who is MAGA is therefore anti-Christian is a absurd statement, but it is moving around the internet, and you are going to see, especially left-leaning sources, as I have seen so far, they are going to push this message. They're going to try and tell you that people who are Republican, right-leaning, don't like Christians, which is absurd on its face. But they want to politicize this. They want to make this more political than it may actually be. If we are correct, I saw some early statements about two and a half hours ago. People were initially saying, because of the closeness to Detroit, that this individual, the shooter, was a Muslim. That seems to not be correct. I've said, because the news media initially in its reporting would not mention whether this was a male or a female. Some people took that to mean that it must mean a trans person, because normally when the news media do not mention white male as the shooter, then it very often has been, the trend has been, that means that the shooter is either African American or that they are trans. Very often, that does not seem to be the case in this situation. If initial reports that are not confirmed yet are correct, that would not apply. That would not be it. Although I will admit, even for myself, I thought that was probably the case. Because again, 90% of the time, if they don't initially tell us that the shooter was white or male, in every other case, they tend to hide the information. And after 3 hours, I was starting to wonder, why are they not reporting on the shooter? Even if they can't identify the name, they would tell us, who this human being was. Were they white, black? Were they male, female? Were they trans? We would know those things. Well, we're starting to get that news now, and we will learn more about this case as it moves forward. There are a lot of moving parts right now. It is not clear. If the suspect is who has been rumored to be it to be, then this is an individual, again, they have mental issues, documented mental issues, PTSD, and a dislike, a recorded dislike of the Mormon Church, Latter-day Saints. They were very much antagonistic to that. That has nothing to do with MAGA. That has nothing to do with America First. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That is a disturbed, demonic individual who has mental health issues. And this is very much, it's turning out to be, if the emerging news is correct, this is a mental health issue, not a political issue, not even necessarily a religious issue, although it may be that, but it seems to be a mental health issue, kind of like the attack in North Carolina that took Irina Zartuska and wound up killing that Ukrainian refugee. The black man on the North Carolina subway that stabbed her 22 times in the neck, well, that case was about mental health. Mind you, he was also a repeat criminal, arrested 14 times, served 5 years in jail, and released, and was put on his own recognizance, his own goodwill to take his medications, which it seems apparently he did not, as well as his very racial views. I mean, he said as he walked away, "I killed that white woman." So there were more factors in that case, but mental health was one of the core issues that led to her death. In this case, again, it seems that mental health is the core issue, and everything else was added onto that mental health issue first. Again, we don't know for sure. What we can say definitively is that the reason why right now it is being reported that there are 2 dead, 9 injured, including 3 children. Again, so far, reports are coming out that there are 2 dead, 9 injured, and of those 9 injured, 3 are children. The status of all the injured is unknown. There may be more individuals who died because of smoke inhalation or the fire that was set, but we don't know for sure. That has not been confirmed. This is a troubling story. And again, I've been spending pretty much the last 3 hours accumulating news on this story, trying to better understand what is happening. So this is a combination of these stories from news media, local, regional news, national news, international news, have all been covering this. And so I'm compiling all of that information over the last 3 hours as it is filtered in to try and provide you with some of the most recent updates. Please, all of this stands to change with further updates. Just want to make sure we're aware of that. But we know that the number of people who were injured and died could have been far, far worse, because there was an off-duty police officer on the scene. He was a member of the church, and it's unclear whether he had on him at the time his firearm or whether he had to get his firearm. It's unclear. The church is a gun-free zone, so it's unclear if he had possession of his firearm with him or not. But that off-duty police officer did bring out their weapon, did engage with the shooter. That engagement resulted in the shooter being killed on the scene and stopped the slaughter of a church full of people. Again, a good guy with a gun saved lives. That's the core thing, because all of the gun control laws in the state of Michigan, which includes Detroit, and they have some of the most stringent gun laws in the nation, right along with Illinois and New York State and California. Some of those, almost everything you could think of, red flag laws, limitations on being able to get a concealed carry permit, being able to get a regular firearms permit, all the regulations, everything that Democrats have ever asked for, background checks and all. And yet, this mentally deranged, demonic individual still had a firearm and still engaged the public. And the only thing that saved so many more people is a good guy with a gun. Because in every one of the mass shootings, whether it's at a church, a school, anywhere, especially in gun-free zones, where 94% of all mass shootings take place, is a gun-free zone, the thing is what saves lives every time. It's not legislation. It has never been legislation. In over 50 years of my life, it has never been legislation. It has always been either the assailant runs out of bullets, they take their own lives, and or they are engaged with a good guy with a gun. That's it. Oh, and they run out of targets, individuals to attack. These are the things, the 4 major things that occur in every single mass shooting, no matter how you want to classify it. And one of those criteria will always happen to end the event. And very often, most of the time, the majority of the time, it is because someone with a firearm engages that shooter, and that shooter then can no longer target innocents. They engage with the individual that is confronting them, and then that stops the shooting, that stops the innocent deaths every single time. Virtually every single time. The overwhelming majority of those cases. And just as we have seen with Derek Perry in Walmart, and we have seen, according to the Obama administration, in their 2013 study on guns and whether or not guns save lives. This is a study that was authored under the Obama administration by the White House. We know that roughly 500,000 to 3 million, depending on how you want to count, up to 3 million American citizens are saved every year because of firearm ownership in America. Up to 3 million. And this is another case of that. How many more people potentially may have lost their life if it were not for the fact that a good guy with a firearm, in this case, an off-duty police officer, was present as a member of the church, but was present, and they were able to engage this shooter as quickly as they did. That's it. And if there wasn't an off-duty police officer right there with a firearm readily available to them, how many more people may have died? How many more would have fell victim to this deranged, demonic killer? We don't know. But it is terrifying that the numbers could have gone up significantly. As Phil joins us and he says, nobody's coming in time. Brave individuals responding make a difference. That is true. If you're counting on, well, the police, law enforcement will come to save you, they will eventually. Depending on where you are in the country, that could take up to 8 minutes. In an emergency, it could take up to 8 minutes in some parts, like in Oakland, some parts of New York City, LA, depending on where you are. It could take minutes. And that is the difference between life and death. In all of these cases, the first 3 minutes are the most deadly in every single mass shooting, no matter where they take place. The first 3 minutes are where the majority, 90% of all of the deaths will happen within the first 3 minutes. Because people are in shock, because no one knows what's going on, people will panic, and it allows the shooter an uncontested opportunity to attack people. So that's why it's always the first 3 minutes. And if you are lucky, if you have law enforcement that are nearby, members of a church, the security officers at a school, they can engage that shooter quickly, and that saves lives every time. That is a fact. It is empirical. It is not a feeling. It is a absolute provable fact, and it has been documented. It has been studied. We know this is true. And yet Democrats are going to say, well, we have to eliminate firearms. That ownership of firearms is the problem. It is not the problem. That is not the problem. It is the person who uses the tool. That is the problem. The fire was started, and that is potentially something that harmed individuals. And what about that? Does that mean we can no longer have campfires? Does everyone have to, you're no longer allowed to carry a match? You're no longer allowed to carry a lighter? Because that was one of the weapons that was used by this mass shooter. If we're going by the logic that the weapon is evil and we have to ban it, well, that means you can't have lighters anymore. You can't have matches anymore. You don't have any tools that will be able to start a fire, because just like we saw in the Minneapolis church shooting, fire was used. Oh, excuse me. In that case, they boarded up the church. But other tools were used. In that case, hammers and nails. It's upsetting. But you will see in the news media, they are going to claim that this was religious. They're going to blame Donald Trump, Republicans, conservatives, MAGA. They're going to blame firearms. They're going to suggest that legal, law-abiding citizens no longer have the ability to defend themselves. They will ignore the fact that a good guy with a gun saved lives. The news media is already ignoring that fact. We didn't even learn about how this shooter was in the first 2 hours of the news coverage across the world. We were notified immediately. The shooter was put down, that the threat was believed to be just that one individual, and that he had been stopped. He was dead. We knew this in the first 2 hours. Immediately, we knew this. in the first reporting, but they didn't tell us how did he die. Did he self-delete? Or was someone engaged with him? Did they physically engage with him? Was it a firearm? Did someone have a throwing axe? What was it? We didn't know. It took over 2 hours before the news media was willing to say, oh, there was an off-duty police officer, and that officer engaged the shooter, and that's what stopped this. A good guy with a gun. Imagine if there had been more individuals, members of that church, or other individuals in the area that were allowed to have a concealed carry, a firearm, and were able to engage that shooter even sooner. By the way, Michigan has red flag laws. They've had red flag laws since 2024. And if you remember, according to every political leader, Gretchen Whitmer, Andrew Cuomo, and then Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, you listen to the left leadership in America, they will tell you that red flag laws prevent mass shootings. And this is yet another case, just like the Minneapolis church shooting, just like any mass shooting, that is a lie. Red flag laws do not prevent mass shootings. They do not stop the crazed, deranged, or criminal from being able to commit violence. It does not stop anyone. It only punishes law-abiding citizens for exercising their Second Amendment rights, because that's what it's not designed to stop individuals using a firearm. It's not designed for mass shootings. It's actually designed to try and stop suicides, which it is 3 out of 4 studies have proven definitively that it has no effect. It does nothing to stop suicides. It is ineffective in that purpose. So, again, this is a lot of information. It is breaking news. It is still just coming out. There is more that will be coming up. We will cover more of that as we go forward. It wasn't something I was planning to talk about today, obviously. And we wanted to discuss a lot of different things, but that's what I want. And again, you don't have to like firearms. You don't have to own a firearm. That is your choice as an American citizen. You have that choice. But to try to oversimplify the problem and to blame it simply on it's the fault of a gun, it's the fault of Donald Trump, it's the fault of MAGA, you have missed the boat. You have failed to see the forest for the trees. You're following the mainstream news media on their partisan political agenda and not actually addressing the true concern and the true problem and potentially the actual resolution, something that we can do to protect people. But these are my points of view. You may disagree. You may say, Mike, I have a different point of view, and I think there's a better solution. I'm happy to hear it. If you tell me it's red flag laws, I will laugh in your face because you are wrong. And I have the actual data since 1999 to prove it's not red flag laws. If you say it's the New York SAFE Act, again, we have the data from New York State. It's not correct. Doesn't work. If you want to say it's various forms of gun control that have been already put out by Democrats, already being used in cities and states that are bluer than blue, and it does not work, that's not the answer. We need a different answer. Perhaps that's more mental health. It may be more help for our veterans. It could be a lot of things, but it's not what already exists. It's not what the Democrats are asking for. That has failed continuously for 5 decades. Okay. That's the breaking news. If you're new to the channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. As you can see, we do political commentary, and we've been doing that for 20 years. In particular, this program, the Sunday live stream, we've been doing that for 8 years in a row. And we are always on at 2:30 p.m. We do that because we believe in free speech. We believe that that is the best tool to improve our communities and our nations, not just in the United States, but around the world, because everyone has a First Amendment right by birth. Governments may not like that. The online overlords may not like that, but that is the truth. And as long as we are capable, we will continue to come to you every Sunday to share with you and to hear your voices, because this is a conversation, much like you see with Phil and his comment. He's the first one to comment today. We are welcoming of hearing your voices, whether you agree or disagree. That's okay. Respectfully disagree. Say, Mike, I think you're wrong. Tell me why. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm soulless. I've heard all of the personal attacks before many, many times. I've been in politics for 20 years. I'm tired of that. Give me substance. If you think there's a better way to deal with this, let's hear it. There are many politicians that watch this program. Many of their staff around the nation watch this program. I've talked to them privately. They won't go on the record. They won't show up on the show, but they do talk to me, and they do listen to hear if there is a solution. And if you have one, let's talk about it. I'm open. I'm open ears. But if you tell me it's just eliminate the Second Amendment, no, that's not a solution. That doesn't present a realistic answer. It doesn't help anyone, because that's gun control, and we already have it, and it already fails. Okay. And so we're going to talk about more of the issues today. Please like, share, subscribe. After the show, you will have links to all of the sources that I'm talking about so that you can see it for yourself. Speaking of which, let me show you one of the things. As I had said, the shooter had put up some information, a video, started a fire. This is the Latter-day Saints Church. This is the fire. It has since been put out. It was put out approximately half an hour ago, based on the reports that we have right now. It is unclear who is the shooter. What we do know, and I'll bring up this. This was a little while ago when we were just hearing. It was at 11 a.m. That's local time for Michigan, about an hour behind here in the United States, in New York City, that the Grand Blanc, or Grand Blanc, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, church shooting. Multiple victims were first being identified at that time. And we were getting some updates. In addition, there are updates that I had from, here it goes, NBC, and they have some very good information here. I know this was updated. I have a further update, but we know that it wasn't one, but okay, this is an older. I have another image of this. Bear with me, folks. What do we know here? Here it goes. And let me give you the further update. Again, this is from NBC News. We know that the individual is being identified as 40-year-old male. This has been further updated by local news media, stating that there are 2 people dead, 9 people injured, and 3 of those individuals were children. The shooter themselves were killed on the scene by a off-duty police officer. The suspect is, if it is correct, is a 42-year-old Army veteran who had PTSD. Again, that has not fully been confirmed. He was using a rifle. Authorities said the fire broke out. It is believed that he started the fire. He drove his truck, a pickup truck, into the church, and that has, and there are people and I will show you further update about the vehicle itself. Here we go. This is just one of many comments that are going on right now. As you can see, Quad Carl, whomever that may be, has an image. This is an image that has been shown many times so far across the internet. You will see it as well. Here's a picture of the supposed gunman's truck, possibly. He ran into the church with the vehicle and then entered the church. And he goes, doesn't look like left-wing terror, domestic terror to me. This is obviously a reference to Antifa. This is a reference to the multiple political assassinations and murders recently, and playing on the political aspect of this. This isn't political. This appears in every sort of way. This has nothing to do with politics, but you're going to hear a lot of people try and inject politics into this to try and make the left, in particular Antifa and the far left, which are very violent, to make them look better and to give an excuse, give a pass to the far left. By the way, does that mean because this individual had a pickup truck and they had two flags, does that mean it's MAGA? No. Does it mean it's a Donald Trump supporter? No. And even if it is, does that mean MAGA, Donald Trump support this? No. So it's a false narrative. But you will hear this false narrative, which is why I want you to be aware of it. Because it is a false, easily debunked narrative. I have a message here from Spy versus Spy. They're saying PTSD. Let me show you this. They say PTSD. My dad went through 3 years of combat in World War II. What's with all the PTSD claims? Well, many people in World War II had PTSD. Back in World War II and in World War I, it was called shell shock. So we had a different name for it then. And now it's been called PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And while it is PTSD is applied to many things nowadays, some of them accurately, some of them inaccurately, but we're talking about, people who survived 9/11, who were at ground zero. And I had a client, I was a stockbroker at the time. I had a client that was in front of the Twin Towers. A piece of one of the planes fell from the sky, hit her, the front of her truck, as she was driving in that region, driving past with her nephew sitting in the passenger seat of her car, and a piece of the engine of the plane crashed down. She had some PTSD. She had to go and get help, talking to psychiatric help to deal with that experience. That's real. And it's very much like people who go into war zones. Some people do come back with PTSD. Nowadays, that used to be called shell shock. So is that uncommon? No. It happens whenever there is a major conflict or we have a natural disaster, a man-made disaster. Very often people will get shell shocked. It happens. So I don't find that to be a false claim. It is quite possible. And many individuals who are homeless, as an example, many of our homeless veterans are suffering from PTSD. It's part of the reason why many of them are homeless. And that's an issue we need to address. So Spy versus Spy, I thank you for the question. It is not something that I discard or discount offhand. Yes, there are many things that are called PTSD that shouldn't be. And many people claim PTSD as an affliction when it really doesn't apply. But there are many cases where it does. If this individual is, as is being rumored, an Army veteran who had been in a conflict, one of the military conflicts for the United States, it is possible he had PTSD. Would that cause this situation to happen? Probably not. But then again, we don't know. So it's confusing. But I'm not proposing to say we have all the answers at this time. In fact, I am telling you directly, We don't. We don't have all the data on this. The things we do have make me concerned that we're not doing it. Again, we've heard this many times, and it's true. There's not enough being done for our veterans. The VA is insufficient. They're not up to, they're not doing their job in taking care of our veterans in a timely and efficient manner. This is true under every president, Republican or Democrat. The VA has failed since Vietnam, even before then, to properly take care of our veterans. That's a fact. We have a mental health issue in America. That is a fact. And it is resulting in people getting hurt. So these are things we do know for sure. Everything else at this moment is extreme levels of guesswork, suggestion. Phil says, Phil has a comment here. And we are always welcome to hear comments. Again, if you disagree, I'm happy to hear your disagreement. Or if you have a question, I'm happy to answer the question like I did for Spy versus Spy. Their question. I will answer it as best as I can. Phil says, there's some suggestions that Ajax in the Iliad had PTSD when he went crazy at the end of the Trojan War. It's a human reaction to witnessing unimaginable things. Well, like I said, we've had different names for it throughout the millennia of human history. But, and as an example, most recently in World War I, World War II, we called it shell shock. And people would come home from the war and they would be shell shocked. We had a different way of dealing with it in our society then, much more community based. You know, you'd have churches and local organizations try to work with that individual. You had things like the American Legions across our country, which are for veterans, especially veterans of foreign wars. That's why the American Legion was created, to help individuals who had gone overseas, who had fought in wars, our veterans, to come together. They had a community of people who understand what you may have experienced to varying degrees. And you had simpatico, people who understand the military experience, understand combat, that you could speak to as a community. You had somewhere to go that you could speak to beyond the VA. That's why there is an American Legion, why there are VFW posts, Veterans of Foreign Wars. There's a reason why they exist, and it's to help people who have PTSD. So, again, that's what PTSD is about and how it's evolved. And, you know, we need, by the way, support your local American Legion, support your local VFW. They need support because as the years have gone by, the media has diminished them. They've been insulted and targeted, and many of them are closing. But yet the need for them is just as great as it has ever been. And support your local VFW because they help to support many of our veterans, individuals who suffer PTSD, many of the veterans who are homeless. They are one of the first lines of help and outreach on a community basis, and they are effective and efficient at doing that, whereas the government and the VA is not effective or efficient. And that's why I would prefer, and I always recommend, let's help our VAs, our veterans through the VFW, through the American Legion. If you're not familiar with those organizations, look up online your local community, your local VFW, American Legion. Go check them out. Don't just read online. Go to the local one, talk to the people there, and see what they do. And I think you will be supportive. Many people are. And I am a supporter of American Legion and VFW. Been a big supporter over in Binghamton, Broome County. I continue to be, not just because I've been in the Marines and my father was a member of the Marines and suffered PTSD. He also suffered from Agent Orange and, well, quite a few things because of the Vietnam War. not only because of my familial contact with the American Legion, the VFW, but also because I have friends who have served and have suffered. And it's just a nice place to go where people like you who have served at at various levels of commitment, but you've served, it's somewhere you can go where like-minded people are, and you can find solace there and help. So I do recommend it. Okay. That being said, now, one of the things that I found odd in covering the breaking news of this shooting, of this event, is I found this very odd. This is a warning that came out. And so this is from the New York Police Department. And I found it very odd. This was about 2.5 hours ago, right after, roughly about an hour after we first heard the news of this Mormon church shooting. And the New York Police Department came out with this advisory saying that they're monitoring the mass shooting in Michigan, and they are deploying additional resources, which would mean police officers, to all religious institutions across the city. And I had to wonder, and for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, until we started finding out about this shooter, I was wondering, why? Why would we need police in New York City? This is a statement, a warning, an advisory that didn't happen in LA. I didn't see that for Chicago. I didn't see that for Boston or Baltimore. I didn't see that for pretty much any city, especially the major cities across this nation, weren't having this reaction. And I had to wonder why. Now, it seems that they were just being abundantly careful, but it also rings of they were afraid that this was an action. I think they initially thought this might have been a Muslim, given its closeness to larger Islamic communities in America, in that region near Flint, Michigan, near Wisconsin, and that may have, and Dearborn, that may have influenced New York City's police department and fearing either retaliation against Muslim mosques or even further conflict with churches here in New York City, that they were going out to try and also for the Jewish synagogues to protect people, because it may have been done based on religion as an attack against a religion, which seems it was, and to protect others because it may have been coordinated. I found it odd, though. I just found it odd. It may have just been New York City being overreacting. Again, overly cautious. Maybe. I'm not sure. And by the way, that was not the only mass shooting that was of concern this weekend. There's also news in North Carolina. There was another mass shooting. This individual, this was not based on religion, and it also appears that this was not political, which is where we're seeing many on the left try to go to justify their point of view. And again, this isn't about the firearm that was used. It was also a rifle, as best we understand. This is also a rifle. And in this case, an individual who is being pictured here by WRAL, the suspect, is identified, white male. They believe, the initial reporting is that this individual was targeting a specific individual or group of individuals, and out of an act of opportunity was on the river in a boat, knew the individuals would be at a river adjacent bar where a band was playing. They attacked the individuals they were targeting and then drove off on their boat and were picked up by the Coast Guard. That's what we understand about this at this time. Again, more information is coming out about this. There is not a lot of information that is known on this. Far less is known about the North Carolina shooting than the shooting this morning at the Mormon Church. But both cases, the individual, the suspect, for a Mormon Church, they're dead. In North Carolina, they're under arrest and they are being questioned as we speak. And in both cases, do I blame the gun? No. Do I think gun control would have stopped them? No, because gun control exists in North Carolina and in Michigan, and it did nothing. Just as it did nothing for Charlie Kirk, it did nothing in Dallas, in Utah. It's not effective. So that isn't the answer. The existing gun control isn't the answer. But we do have a problem in our country. We do have a problem in our country, and it's affecting many, many people. As an example, there is also the somewhat, not as much breaking news, but news this week that entertainer O'Shea, what's his name? What's his real name? Is it Calvin O'Shea? Jackson O'Shea? Ice Cube. He was performing in Portland, and after his performance, his bus, his entertainment bus, tour bus, was firebombed. Now, we don't know why it was firebombed. It was firebombed in Portland, and at this moment, the initial statement going around online, a lot of people were speculating, and they said, well, it's because his name is Ice Cube. This is the ICE tour bus. Therefore, it was a mistaken identity. Portland, Antifa, which has a stronghold in Portland, were being misidentified the tour bus as law enforcement and firebombed it because of that. Is that possible? Yes, because many of the far leftists that are part of Antifa are ignorant, stupid individuals that enact violence on a regular basis. I would not put it past some idiot foot soldier of Antifa firebombing something just because it had the word ICE on it. They've done similar things in other places around the nation. And that does, and whether it was that or something else, was it more because of rap? Is it because of Ice Cube's political opinions? He's offered plans to the Trump administration in the past and also the Biden administration. He's offered plans to help Black Americans to deal with poverty overall in America. Is it because of that? Who knows? It's unclear. But what we believe, and according to Ice Cube himself, he says that, that's right, his name is O'Shea Jackson Sr. So O'Shea said, I'm not taking this incident as a personal attack. A coward like that would burn anybody's property that was out there at the time. So he isn't quite saying that it's political, while he's also hinting at it might have been political, that some idiot part of Antifa, the radical militant left-wing domestic terror organization. It is officially a domestic terror organization. They may have been responsible just because ICE was part of the tour bus. That's it. ICE on tour. Got to burn that down. Why? Because it's Portland. Because Antifa controls much of Portland. They are radical, violent domestic terrorists. And so burning down a tour bus just because it says ICE on it, is not something they wouldn't do. But I think O'Shea Jackson is being very diplomatic in his statement to try and take pressure off of the left and Antifa. He's trying to stay out of it politically. But I think his statement can be read to understand some politics is involved in this. But it tells you the nature of this nation. I mean, could it be coincidental? It could. It just seems highly unlikely. We don't normally hear about rappers or any entertainer having their tour bus randomly firebombed for no reason whatsoever. I mean, even rappers don't normally firebomb each other. There's lots of West Coast, East Coast animosity amongst rappers. Much of that coming because many of them are gang members. And so their gang affiliations is the ultimate root cause of why there's a East-West rapper battle that has been going on since the 90s, since like 92. But you don't see it because of politics. And generally speaking, they're not bashful admitting why they did it. Whether it's Biggie or Tupac or any of those idiots out there, we've seen many of these cases. The people who are involved in these kind of events, they're well known. They're not shy about saying they committed the crime. I mean, in the rap community, being a criminal is a positive to their sales pitch. That makes them more attractive to many of their supporters, many of their audience members find that to be a good thing. So I don't know how to take this other than he was in Portland. Portland's known for 120 days of nonstop rioting, which is in and of itself a massive anomaly. Riots don't usually go on past 5 days. That is the overwhelming norm amongst most riots. After 5 days, they stop, almost always. 120 days. Why? Because Antifa controls Portland. And the leadership of Portland is subservient to the far left. That's why. And I think it's political. I think it's some idiot in Antifa saw that ICE, this was the tour bus for ICE, said ICE equals immigration, and therefore got to burn it down. It's federal government, got to burn it. No one ever said that the far left are intelligent. I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. And I will be happy to be proven wrong on that. But that's just my looking at the environment. That's where I would go. I mean, the more we see consistently, if you're looking at LA, that's a bluer than blue city. And members of Antifa, the far left, are actively attacking law enforcement. You look at all of the bluer than blue cities, Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Indivisible New York, these various organizations, the far left, they have 1,001 different names. They all have the same message, all of the same purpose, and many of them have the same membership. They use a lot of names to make it sound like they have momentum, that they are a larger representation of the Democratic Party and the population of the United States than they actually are. If you look at most of these organizations, their membership are the same people, sometimes with different leaders, but almost always it's the same people in every single one of these organizations. This is their manipulation. This is how they make it seem like there's a big movement because they have a bunch of organizations with a bunch of names. No, it's actually a very small group of people. They just happen to be in every one of those organizations. It's a gimmick. To lie to you, it's propaganda. So, yeah, it's a problem I see in this nation. And we're seeing this. Law enforcement is under attack. We see it in Chicago. We see it in New York, LA. I'm not surprised that it's happening, that it could be happening in Portland as well. Again, I could be wrong. I'm willing to be proven wrong. But I think that is a likely case. Just checking if I got any messages while I'm on with you guys. Okay. So that kind of brings me, and again, for those who don't know, who are new to the channel, we often deal with breaking news for the most part before we get into international news and then domestic news on the show. So this is just the breaking news. Things that I think are related and important and a conversation we need to have in this country. We need this conversation. Whether you agree with me or disagree, please, let's have this conversation, especially if you disagree. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I've misunderstood, I'm showing you the facts. The links will be in after the live stream so you can see them for yourself. But if you think I'm misreporting the information, if you think I'm misunderstanding the conclusions I should draw from the facts we have, tell me why. I'm more than happy to hear it. And if you happen to be an elected Democrat, fantastic. Come on to the program. Tell me how I misunderstand the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, the Democratic Socialists of America. Come on to the program. Tell me how I'm getting it wrong. I will give you, an elected Democrat, as much time as you need, up to 12 hours if you so desire, to explain how I'm misunderstanding this. This is an offer I make every week and have been making for 8 years. Democrats won't take me up on it because they will be held accountable. They will be asked detailed questions. They will be expected and held to answering the questions. I will give them as much time as they need to answer the questions, and it will not be edited. It will be live. So I'm not taking advantage of them. It will be very respectful. I just want answers. If you're willing to give answers, if you're a member of, you're an elected Democrat, you think I'm wrong, come on to the program. I'll be happy to put you on live. Okay. And by the way, folks, remember, like, share, subscribe. It helps. Okay. Something else that I thought you probably did not hear. This is going to be buried. This is news that's going to be buried by the left-leaning news media. They're not going to talk about this, and they're going to hide this from you. But I think it's pretty damn important, and I think you should be aware of it. This is from John Fetterman. This is his official X account. So this is official. And I tell you what, the more I've been seeing about John Fetterman, the more I am impressed by John Fetterman. Now, I have always said, since before he got elected, when he first had his stroke, I have said that as a result of his medical condition, because of the stroke, John Fetterman is mentally disabled and incapable of doing his job properly as a senator. And therefore, he should not be in the Senate. I do not retract that. I stand by that statement. John Fetterman, as much as he has been doing so much for Republicans and standing up for conservatives, and I think he wants to switch and become a conservative or a Democrat, Republican, rather than stay in the Democratic Party. I still, even if he were a Republican, I'd say the same thing. If he became a conservative, I'd say the same thing. He still shouldn't be in office. The stroke has continued to leave him mentally deficient and damaged because of his medical status, and he should not be a senator. That being said, I like Fetterman. The longer, as he has recovered from his stroke, he seems to have gotten his understanding of law and politics. He's come to his senses, and he's become more and more conservative, more and more Republican in his viewpoint. And I think it's kind of interesting because he puts up here, unchecked, extreme rhetoric, like labels as Hitler or fascist, will foment more extreme outcomes. He is directly attacking the manipulation of the mainstream news media and the Democratic Party in attacking Republicans, conservatives, anyone and everyone that doesn't agree with the mainstream approved messaging of Democrats. He's attacking them. He's saying they're wrong, that they have been at fault. He is being accountable to his party, to his constituents, for the rhetoric that has raised the political temperature in this nation and is breaking the social foundation of America. He is taking accountability. I give him credit for that. He goes on to say, political violence is always wrong. No exceptions. That's left and right. I agree with him. He says, we must all turn the temperature down. Now, while that statement in and of itself is very positive, and it is a rarity because unlike most on the left, he is taking responsibility for the leftist actions, the extreme violence of the left. I got to give him credit for that. But he also does something that you're not going to see from the rest of the mainstream and is not being shared. This is not being put out there. There's only 34,000 people who have liked this. There's 195,000 people who have seen this. You would think that this would get 1 million views or more, that this would be shared widespread. He's a very popular, nationally known Democrat. He's a voice of the Democratic Party. You would think this would be widespread shared. It isn't. Why? Because he uses Axios, which is a far left news media organization. There is no question on that. They are massively biased to the left. They were created for the bias on the left to counteract the bias of Daily Caller, as an example. So Daily Caller is very right-wing. Well, Axios is very left-wing. And their job is to confuse the public. They're not a credible news organization, in my opinion, Axios. I do not count them as being credible based on their reporting and the misinformation they sometimes put out there. Not always, but sometimes. But he is quoting Axios that has a study which shows that left-wing terrorism is climbing to a 30-year high. Let me show you this a little bit bigger. This is from Axios, admitting that left-wing terrorism is at a 30-year high. That it has existed, it has always existed, and at the moment, you cannot twist or play with the numbers, no matter how you twist the numbers, no matter how you misrepresent many of the events that have happened in this year. It's left-wing terrorism. Left-wing. And it is at a 30-year high. That tells you something. And I tell you what, it takes balls for John Fetterman to actually admit this, to actually show this, and to highlight, to bring attention to Axios when they are forced to tell the truth. That when you actually look up the details, when you look for the data, what will you find? Oh, left-wing violence. That the rhetoric of the last decade is resulting in extreme violence. Why? Because the indoctrination over the last 15 years to our youth, to kids in the education system, which is dominated by the left. Remember, the teachers union across the entire country only donate to Democrats. Only. They collect fees and they funnel that money only to the Democratic Party in every single state, almost universally. And they are powerhouses within the Democratic Party because of their donations. One of the biggest unions with some of the biggest control over Democrats in the nation. They are left-wing to the core. And they are teaching our kids things like critical race theory that says that white people are evil and black people, everyone else, everyone of color is a victim. These are positions you are born into and you can never escape. No matter what you do, Barack Obama, with all of his success, with him being president, elected twice, he's still a victim. Can you believe it? This is what the left has been teaching our kids. And they have been increasing the rhetoric. I mean, the libs of TikTok, the fact that it even exists to show us what teacher after teacher after teacher in kindergarten and in elementary school, these teachers, how they are injecting their personal partisan political beliefs into our kids. That's indoctrination. And we know it. We see it. And that is something that you do that for 12 years, and then the kids go to college, and then they get another level of indoctrination, like we have seen at Harvard, like we have seen at Columbia, where groups like Antifa get to come onto that campus and commit arson, which we've seen this year. I believe it was the University of Washington, where a bunch of pro-Hamas activists went onto the campus and set fire to a $100 million facility just because they support Hamas. We've seen the rioting over at Harvard and at Columbia, the violations of law and safety and attacks on students because of pro-Hamas. And those students then graduate and they go into business, they go into journalism, they go into entertainment, they go into government. Are we surprised that we see the kind of reactions we are seeing? This is a direct consequence of the indoctrination. That's why today there's about 34% of the youth, I think Gen Z, I believe, it might be millennials, but I believe the report was 34% of Generation Z are in favor of socialism. This is a complete reversal. If you ask people that 50 years ago, you'd get 10% of the population. Now you get 34. It's ridiculous. So I got to give it to John Fetterman for showing the truth, and he will get a political backlash for that. He's going to be attacked. And the mainstream news media will never tell you that he showed you that. They will never tell you that Axios presented a study that proves what you're hearing from conservatives and Republicans across this country, what they have been feeling, what they have been experiencing, what we have been saying for years now, for a decade now. We have been telling you that we are under attack. And the left has just laughed it off and said, it's your imagination, it's not real. And now Charlie Kirk is dead. And we have, again, the data that proves what we have been saying. And they are not. You won't see that. I guarantee you. You're not going to see this on CNN. You're not going to see this on MS Now or MSNBC, whatever the hell they call themselves. You're not going to see it on ABC, CBS. The New York Times will not touch this. They're going to avoid it like the plague, and they're going to say it didn't exist. And they won't talk about John Fetterman making sure you know who is accountable, who should be held accountable for the violence that we have been seeing. They're going to ignore it as if it didn't happen. In fact, I guarantee you in 3 days, Monday even, when you talk to people, they will tell you that's not true. He didn't say that. That's not real. It's a fake account. It's his verified account. It's verifiable. But, I'm a liar and, it's all on the right and Orange Man bad. And that's the answer to every problem in the universe. Orange Man bad. Every single problem in the universe has been turned into, by the left-leaning news media, Orange Man bad. That's the source of every problem in the universe. It's stupid. I'm not telling you that, yes, I support Donald Trump. Yes, I voted for him both times, every time, all three. But that doesn't mean that the problem of everything in the universe is MAGA, the right, or Donald Trump. That is stupid. And anyone who tells you that's the answer, they are playing politics. They're not actually giving you an answer. They're not actually trying to be accountable. They're not trying to fix anything. They're pushing a partisan agenda. That's it. They want you to be indoctrinated. If anyone disagrees with me, you know what? You can super chat me on YouTube. You can do a Rumble rant. You can leave a chat comment, which is free. I'm happy to hear your voice. Speaking of which, let me go back to some of the comments here. And I see we have a comment from Matthew J. Matthew J. Show says that it's constructive dialogue is paramount for any democratic nation, any nation that purports to be free. You must have communication. Thank you, Matthew J. By the way, folks, I'm going to tell you in a second about Matthew J. I was on with him on Friday. I hope you've seen that video, that interview that we did. If you didn't, I'm going to talk about it in a second. Lynn says she agrees. She likes Fetterman more lately as well. Like I said, as he is healed, he has become more conservative. He's been more responsible to his constituents. I think it's impressive. Let's see. Phil says many of the rank and file hippies did believe in anti-violence. Well, that's in the 1960s. And I don't believe it was anti-violence. They were anti-war, not the same thing. They didn't like the reason why we were fighting in Vietnam. Not that they didn't like violence or fighting. The underground, the weather underground, or the underground weather, the Bill Ayers, the inspiration for Barack Obama. Yeah, the underground weatherman. That's what it was. He was violent. He supported violence, and they used violence. The leftists in the 60s and 70s, they were hyper violent. They were bombing federal buildings and attacking federal officers. They believed in violence. They just didn't like the war. And they said, well, we're not into... Now, there are the flower power hippies as well, but they didn't go into government. The radicals did. So there is a difference there. But going on, Phil goes on to say, I noticed during the Iraq War, and even more after the financial crisis, which won, a new generation took over from the peace and love hippies. Again, they were never peace and love hippies. That was, now, rank and file, average Joe walking down the street, they may have been peace and love. And they have communes, and they still exist. But the ones that went into politics, the ones that went into business, they were never peace and love. They were using peace and love as a way to get power. They used that to get popular votes, to get customers. But they were never about peace and love. They were about control. They're about obey and be silent. And that's what we see now. And the thing is, they stand out more because we have less of the peace and love rank and file anywhere around. That generation has been dying off. They're old. So we're not left with anything to obscure our vision of these current Democrats and the socialism that they support strongly. And their move towards socialism, which is very apparent. I mean, AOC, Bernie Sanders, there's a huge Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressive Caucus. We know they're moving towards further and further left. They're racing towards the left, trying to drag all of us with them. It's not very effective, but they're trying. So they've been exposed. Phil goes on to say, but even in the peace and love hippies, there was a violent streak. Extremely violent. Extremely violent. Finally, Phil says, even in the... Okay, he said that already. Okay, it got repeated twice. Okay, cool. I agree with you, Phil. I do. Okay, folks. So for the last hour and 15 minutes, we've been talking about just breaking news. I haven't even gotten into the main show, which is surprising, I suppose. But there was a lot of breaking news, and there is still more breaking news ongoing. Matter of fact, give me a second. I just want to check if there's been any further update about what happened. Oh, there is. There has been an update on the Mormon Church shooting in Michigan. And this is coming from NBC News. By the way, almost all of the updates, almost all the information that I provide, 90% of all my sources are left-leaning sources. Yes, I'm a conservative Republican, and I use almost nothing but left-leaning sources as the sources. So when people go, "Oh, I don't believe that's true. I don't trust your source." It's a left-leaning source. You don't agree with the left-leaning source, that's on you. Okay. So according to NBC News, at least 3 IEDs, improvised explosive devices, were found on the scene. This is coming from NBC 7 minutes ago. It's not clear if they were incendiary or explosive. So this could have been much, much worse. And it is now confirmed as of 16 minutes ago that, yes, as I initially stated, there were 2 people who are dead. This is now confirmed, not just from local sources, but is nationally being recognized and acknowledged that 2 individuals have died. We do not know the status of the 9 individuals that have been reported as being injured, 3 of those being children. There is going to be an official statement at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our show will be in the middle of the show, so I'll try and check that out. And I'll, there is some other breaking news. Hang on. There's even more breaking news. What? Are you kidding me? This is breaking news of a political sense. So at 5 p.m. or thereabouts, there should be a news announcement about all the information. We will probably be live at the time, and I will try and find a feed of that press conference and cover it at 5 live. Oh my God. Oh my God. Adams is out. Oh, wow. This is a show all about breaking news today. It's all the breaking news. Breaking news. Eric Adams, who was going to lose anyone anyway, and everyone knew it. Eric Adams, with about a month and a week to go until the New York City election for the 2025 election for New York City mayor, the current sitting incumbent in the mayoral race, Eric Adams, is out. He is done. The money that he was trying to get from the Republican Party, the GOP, and from Donald Trump to support him instead of Curtis Sliwa did not happen. Curtis Sliwa has withstood the impetus, the push to get him to drop out of the race and to fund Eric Adams. That has failed. It did not go through. And the breaking news, according to CNN, to Cranes, to New York Times, Spectrum News, NBC, he's out the race. He was going to lose. Mayor Eric Adams only had about a 20% approval rate, depending on which poll you're looking at. He only had an approval rate of about 20% to start with. Now, compared to mayors like Brandon Johnson out of Chicago, that's pretty good. He's got like 3 times as much support as Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, who's also another failure and also likely to be a one-time mayor, especially according to my good friend Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media, which is actually based in Chicago. But that being said, Eric Adams was never expected by anyone to be reelected as mayor. But there was. And the media kind of covered this, and I can say now, there was a push by some Republican donors to get Curtis Sliwa to drop out of the race, and they were going to dump a bunch of money behind Eric Adams because he's black, because he's the incumbent, to try and get him to stay in the race so that he could overwhelm Zoran Mandani. That was the big concern. They wanted someone to beat Zoran Mandami, and they were willing to let Cuomo or Eric Adams win. And if they had to choose between the two, that sector of Republican GOP donors wanted to have, if they had, they'd accept Cuomo, but they preferred to have Adams. And Curtis Sliwa told them to screw themselves, that they may or may not give him the money, but he was in the race to the end. That's what he was saying. And that he truly wanted to be the mayor of New York, that he had solutions that could help people, and he was going to fight to the end of the race to try and get those issues implemented. And I give Curtis Sliwa much respect for that, like the lithium battery ion debacle. That is going to be a future health hazard in New York City. People are going to die. Kids will get cancer because of the lithium ion battery plants that are being put in over 17 locations across New York City, all in residential areas, right next to schools in some cases. That is, and hopefully that's not one of them burning right now, but that is going to happen. And Curtis Sliwa, to his credit, has tried to tell the public about the danger, and Democrats have completely ignored it. Richie Torres, Carl Hasty, Kathy Hochul, they've all ignored it. Zoran Mandami ignores it. They don't care about your health. So it is impressive to me that we are now seeing Eric Adams is out the race. And according to many, if Eric Adams drops out of the race, well, besides the fact that it guarantees Zoran Mandami is going to win, we already knew that. Internal polling from a month ago already told us that you're seeing now, this weekend, we've seen that there has been public notice that there is polling saying that Zoran Mandami will win by 19 or 20 points. That's from a month ago. I know from sources, not in the Mandami campaign, but other sources have spoken with me, and they knew that Mandami was polling on independent private polls up 20 points. That's versus Cuomo. That included Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa in the race. Now that Eric Adams is out the race, the question is, will the money that was supposed to, that some of these GOP donors, big donors, not rank and file, big major donors in the party, are they going to give the money that Curtis Sliwa needs for his campaign? Are they going to give it to him, or are they going to step out of the race altogether? Or do they give the money to Andrew Cuomo, who is falling behind? And Cuomo is also going to lose massively. But do they give him money and hope for a Hail Mary, and that Cuomo at the last minute somehow takes down Zoran Mandami? That's what they're hoping for. I think they should give the money to Curtis Sliwa. Not just because Republicans should be supporting Republicans most of the time. Not all the time. If you have a better candidate, then you give the money to the best candidate. And I think Curtis Sliwa is the best candidate. But even if you don't think he's the best candidate, he's definitely better than a confirmed, self-avowed socialist. Absolutely. But I think, does this change the equation in the election? No. This will improve the numbers for Curtis Sliwa. Yes. It might improve some of the numbers for Cuomo a little bit, not by much. And Zoran Mandami still wins by 20 points. It doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. But that is the breaking news. It is out now. And I can't say I'm surprised. It would have made more of an impact at the beginning of the summer. If this was the news at the end of May, the beginning of June, Curtis Sliwa could win the 2025 mayoral race. But he didn't. because a bunch of members of the GOP, the New York State GOP, when I say the GOP, I mean the New York State GOP, the Republican Party of New York, were trying to figure out a way to convince Donald Trump to support Eric Adams, to come out and to officially say that Donald Trump supports Eric Adams. That's what they spent the entire summer doing. A little bit of behind the scenes baseball. That's what was going on in the New York GOP, according to my sources, which I believe are very credible. And they were trying to throw money at Eric Adams. And Eric Adams is out. Thank goodness Trump didn't do that. And thank goodness there was a lot of money that Eric Adams didn't get. It would have been a waste of time and money. And anyone with a brain in their skull would have said, Eric Adams has a 20% approval rate. He has failed New York. Why would you want him reelected? And why do you think anyone else would want him reelected? Because he's black? It's the worst reason you could possibly think of. That's a stupid reason to vote for anyone. Okay. So thank you. I want to thank Phil, provided me with that news about that breaking news. Thank you, Phil. I wanted to cover that. Let's see. Gracie's with us. Gracie says, the only people who have a chance of winning, Cuomo and Mandami. That leaves us with a communist or a murderer. I wish Sliwa would win, but I don't have that much trust in New York City. To answer your question, Gracie, yes. The choice now, and it's only because the mainstream news media has never acknowledged Curtis Sliwa. They won't acknowledge any of the issues, whether it's trying to save pets, abandoned pets, or saving the public from lithium-ion battery plants in residential communities. They won't even give lip service to Curtis Sliwa. They don't even mention his name when they talk about the race. They have made this race only about Democrats, Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Mandami. That's the only people they acknowledged from day one, which is a complete failure. And if the GOP gave Curtis Sliwa the money that they might give him now, if they were giving him the money they were offering to Eric Adams, there'd be more ads and people will be talking about Curtis Sliwa more, and he'd have a chance to win. They didn't do that. So effectively, because of the failure of the New York State GOP, and yes, again, I'm a Republican. I will critique them because they deserve it. That has effectively left us with two choices now. According to the news media, because of the way the news media is going to cover this and how they're going to promote this, Zoran Mandami and Andrew Cuomo will be the only ones who will get news between now and the election. This announcement today is only going to mention Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Mandami. They won't mention the Republican in the race. They won't mention any of the policies in the race. They'll be lucky to acknowledge that Curtis Sliwa exists as a human being. That's sad. That is a disservice to the public. And that is an in-kind donation, or it should be registered as an in-kind donation to the Democratic Party, since they do not acknowledge the Republican or the independent, Jim Walden. They won't acknowledge them. It should be an in-kind donation because it's absolutely partisan. But yeah, they want you to have a guy who killed 16,000 New Yorkers, or you get to have a communist who's parroting and will copy paste communist socialist policies that have already failed in America, and he's going to copy paste that into New York City if he gets a chance. That's ridiculous. He's going to copy paste the policy. Grocery stores failed, Kansas City. The free buses failed in Kansas City. Among other cities in America, they failed. He's going to copy paste that and put it on. He wants to have a $30 minimum wage in New York City. That a $20 minimum wage just failed in California under Gavin Newsom. I know you may have forgotten about that because the media doesn't like to talk about it, but a $20 minimum wage already failed in California, leading to more unemployment and more people who are in poverty, as these artificial living wages always do. We predicted it, and it has happened. Same thing in New York City with the $15 minimum wage under Andrew Cuomo. Resulted in more people being unemployed and more people going into poverty. It didn't help anyone. And now Mandami is going to copy paste that idea and say, no, it's $30. You might as well say it's $1,000 an hour, because it doesn't matter how much you artificially increase the number, the result is always the same. I mean, he's saying we got to make it $30 an hour. Then why not 50? Then why not 100? Then why not 1,000? It doesn't matter. You're just trying. Ooh, see, I'm giving away the most free stuff. Yeah, but you're creating more poverty and more unemployment by doing it. So who cares? You get $30 an hour to be the fry guy at McDonald's. Fantastic, if you can get hired. And by the way, everything is going to be exorbitantly more expensive because the fry guy gets paid $30 an hour. It's just ridiculous. Gracie goes on to say, dang it, I have to get out of this ludicrous state. That's why New York is so blue. A lot of people don't think about it this way, but it's true. For the last decade, actually more than a decade, but for the last decade, New York State has lost, on average, 300,000 people every single year. 300,000 people are running away from New York. That's why the population is dropping in New York State. And this has been true since 1958. The exodus out of New York State started in 1958 when the Democrats took over New York State and became essentially a single-party state for the most part. And we have been losing population every year since 1958. And that's why we no longer, in 1958, we had 45 members, representatives in Congress, 45. Today we have 26. And the only reason why we have 26 is because in 2021, Joe Biden, one of the first things he did is change the way the census is counted and said, count illegal aliens. Why? Because that protected California from losing 3 to 5 of their members of Congress, and it prevented New York State from losing 3 members of Congress. And instead, we only lost 1 because we counted illegal aliens, and that made up the difference. But we have been losing and losing and losing, and everyone's leaving. And the thing is, the people who are leaving, conservatives and Republicans, and anyone who is right of democratic socialists. Everyone else is leaving. Illegal aliens are coming in because they get free stuff. But everyone else who's an American citizen, who owns a business, who owns property, who just wants to live a decent life, they're all leaving. They're going to Florida, North Carolina. They're going to Texas. They're going everywhere. They're not going to California. They're not going to Portland or Washington State or Oregon. They're not going to Illinois or Chicago. They're not going to Baltimore. They're going to Virginia, South Carolina. They're going to Texas. They're going to Republican states. Why? Because Democratic policies have failed. And socialist policies have failed even worse. And rather than live in those cities that are breaking apart, the infrastructure is broken, they're going somewhere else. And that's why so many people are leaving. That's why this state is getting bluer and bluer by the election, because everyone's leaving. It's a virus. Let me see. Let me catch up. Let's see. Phil says, the GOP has a bad habit of not backing charismatic candidates like Sliwa and Astorino. Astorino, not as much, but Sliwa, yeah, I'd say that. But both of them, to a certain extent, that's true. Absolutely. By the way, folks, if you disagree with anything I'm saying, you can leave a comment, just like we're seeing with Phil and Gracie and everyone else. You absolutely can leave a comment, whether it's on Rumble or on YouTube or on Facebook. I'm happy to hear your voice. If you agree or you disagree, happy to hear your voice. Let me see here. Right. Gracie says that New York Republicans are rhinos. We need better. I agree. And I don't mind. Look, lose. I don't mind. I'm not upset that Curtis Lee was going to lose the race. New York is 6-1 Democrat. I get it. But back him and give him a fighting chance. I'd rather fight and lose than just ignore everybody and just fail. And that's just not worth it. Give him a fighting chance. Let him actually make the case. I've talked to Curtis Lee 5 times now. I've been on record with him at least 4 times. I've asked him questions. He's giving me answers. He has solutions. Whether you agree with that or not, that's up to you. Whether you think that's worth his vote or not, that's up to you. But I can tell you, he has solutions. Whether you think it's a great solution or not, he has them. Zoran Mandami is not the only one. And Zoran doesn't have a plan. He has a copy and paste habit. He's not trying to help you. He's just trying to spread socialism. He's trying to break America. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America do. That's their mission. Destroy the Constitution and the amendment and replace it with UN human rights that are given by government and can be taken by government. Anyway, let me move forward. Let's see. Phil Vecchio says 300,000 people is about the population of Schenectady or Albany or Troy. Yes, every single year. That's correct. You're losing the population of Albany every year for the last decade. Yeah. And how many people, how much money is that? And almost all these people are in the middle class or higher. These are small business owners. You wonder why your taxes are going up? The businesses are gone. You wonder why you have to spend more money in fees, which are, in fact, taxes, because all the middle class people have left and they took their money with them. Yeah, every year. Let me see. John joined us and he said he's here to help with the algorithm. I hope you're also watching the show. And John also, like I said, you can have a super chat. He gave me a super chat for $4.99 and he just said thanks. Well, thank you, John. I really appreciate that. That does help the channel. It helps me. So I really thank you for that support. Hey, Dow's with us as well. Dow says Republicans as a group have an almost suicidal addiction to snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Well, in New York State, yes, that's true. They utterly refuse when they have to do the majority. They utterly refuse when they do have the majority to wield power when they have the means. Yeah, they self-sabotage all the time. All the time. Again, we have a great candidate in Curtis Sliwa. Whether you like him or not is up to you. They could have supported him, and instead they were trying to find a way to support Eric Adams. Self-sabotage. Destroyed themselves. Oh, Phil corrects me and says the population of all 3 cities. All 3 cities. So not just Albany, but Albany combined with Schenectady and Troy, that equals 300,000. So those 3 major cities. Okay. I forgot what the population of Albany. I thought Albany was bigger. Okay. I stand corrected. I don't mind being wrong. I'm incorrect. So 3 major cities full of middle class homeowners and business owners leave every year. Do you wonder why New York has such $2.3 billion in state debt alone? 2.3. Actually, it's higher. That's 2.3 trillion. Let me double check. Hang on one second. I stand corrected. New York State debt is $55.9 billion. $55.9 billion as of fiscal year 2023. That number has only increased. That's why we're losing everything. So, ridiculous. All right, folks. So we've been on for an hour and a half, a little bit more. We've done a lot of breaking news. Now with Eric Adams, oh my God, that's just, well, it just confirms what we already knew. Zoran Mandami stands at this point, unless a miracle happens, unless people actually find out that socialism doesn't work, and unless young people, young Democrats say, I'm not voting for socialism, which I don't think is very likely, unless New Yorkers say, it doesn't matter how much free stuff you give me because everything comes with a price. Everything has a price tag attached, and I don't want to sell what Zoran Mandami is asking for. Zoran's going to win by at least 20 points. Be prepared. Be prepared. Food prices will go up. There will be more unemployed people. There will be more poverty. That's a fact. That's what you're going to get out of Zoran Mandami. And if Zoran Mandami would like to come onto the program and explain to me why he thinks I am wrong, we can go over the numbers. We can go over the details of his plans. We can go over how his plans, copy and pasted, failed everywhere else in the United States and the world. There is no success story anywhere in the world for any of the plans that he has put forward. He can explain why having his aversion to police officers, he wants to defund the police. We can go through that with him. You know, if I have 5,000 subscribers, I can get Zoran Mandami to show up on this program. I'm pretty sure of it. I know I can get Curtis Sliwa. If we have 5,000 subscribers, if we have 10,000 subscribers, we can get these politicians on this program. But right now, they're afraid. Just need a bigger audience. That's all. Let me see. Dow says it would be far more just a thing to wield the power to crush Marxist authoritarians that the Democrats have fashioned to date and then break those tools so they may never be wielded again. Okay. Gracie says it's either all red voters leave or we move to a big blue area and then flip it red. I'd love to see us flip it, some of these areas red. Two major sections of Chicago went red in the 2024 election. They voted for Donald Trump. It can happen. But, you know, at the same time, you need Republicans standing out there and saying, I'm actually willing to fight for the people. Not just the party, for the people. New York GOP doesn't want to do that. Phil says, we used to be a bigger city. It's sad. True throughout all of New York. Every single city in New York used to be bigger. Not anymore. And I should mention, we just got Phil came in with $2 on a super chat. Milk bones for the puppy. Yes, my puppy does enjoy that. By the way, I have an update on that. For those who don't know, I have a puppy. He's 14 years old. His name is Khan. And Khan is a great dog. Yes, his full name is Genghis Khan. No, it's not named after the character in Star Trek, even though Ricardo Montalban did a great job as Noonien Singh Khan. That was great. Forget the remake. I don't care what JJ did. The original is the best. Ricardo Montalban, great actor. Wrath of Khan, great movie. No, I didn't name my dog after that. I named my dog after Genghis Khan, the ruler of the greatest, largest land empire in the history of mankind. That's why I named my dog. And by the way, Khan weighs all of 20 pounds. 20 pounds. He's a half Bichon, half Scotty. Smart dog, good dog. Some people on the chat may have seen him before. I love my dog. But Khan is 14. He recently had some medical concerns. We initially had a $3,400 vet bill because he needed to get an ultrasound of his chest and his liver. Turns out he's just getting old. He's 14 years old. He's lived a long life, and you would think he's a puppy, but he's not. We've got it down. Thanks to the insurance and thanks to the support of people like you on this channel, the bill went down from $3,400, and we now have about $1,000 that is left to be paid off. I expect I will be able to pay that off in about 2 months, thereabouts. If you help with either PayPal or with joining Patreon, SuperChat, that'll help me get there sooner, and I would appreciate that. The money I get right now is all going towards paying that bill off. Got $1,000. Hopefully I can get that paid off in about 2 months. If you guys can help, maybe I can get it paid off in a month. So please do consider that. Let me see. And Gracie says, Khan is the best. It was the best movie. And again, we're talking about original Star Trek, not JJ's alternate screwed up universe that is stupid and I can't stand. I don't know why anyone likes the Chris Pine Captain Kirk. He's one of the most obnoxious individuals ever put to film. I think Chris Pine can be a decent actor, but under J.J. Abrams in the Kelvin Trek universe, alternate, whatever the hell he created, miserable character. It's horrible. I don't even get. I'm into Trek. I'm into Star Wars. I love sci-fi. I don't want to get into that. I'll talk about that for like 50 hours. It annoys the crap out of me. Can't stand it. I think Chris Pine, decent actor. Go see his D&D movie. He had the D&D movie. Actually wasn't a woke movie. Good movie. I recommend the D&D movie with Chris Pine. The advertising made you think it was woke. I didn't see it in theaters because of it. Actually, I did see it when it went online. It's actually a good movie. I think it should get a sequel. It was really well done. But him playing Captain Kirk, miserable. Absolute crap. Useless. That's not politics. That's just me. Okay, let me move on. Again, folks, I love hearing. I love interacting with all of my audience. No matter what you guys think, I always love interacting with you on all the platforms. I always try and respond. Okay. So let's get back. Oh. And that reminds me, I wanted to also, since I'm way off track right now, I'm getting back on track. I'm getting back on track onto the main show. But I did want to bring up that if you did not have the chance on Friday, I was on the Matthew J show. You may have seen a comment from Matthew J a little bit earlier in the show in the comments. And Matthew J, he loves to do what I call a lightning round. We have a lightning show. It's an interview where he just grills me with question after question after question about everything that's going on. International news, domestic news, everything. He just goes, Mike, what's going on with this? What's happening with that? Boom, boom, boom. He never tells me ahead of time what he's going to ask me, and he just hits me with questions all over the place. I like it. I actually like that format. I don't mind. And it goes about 2 hours of him just giving me question after question after question. There have been some almost 3,000 people that saw it just on the one Twitter channel, or X, whatever you want to call it, X or Twitter. Just on one of his channels, over almost 3,000 people got to see that on Friday. But it is now on my YouTube channel. It is also on my Rumble channel. So you can go to X and you can see it with Matthew J Show, or you can go over to my No Soundbites Allowed on Rumble or on YouTube, and you can see the entire 2-hour program. I think you will find it educational and interesting. You may or may not agree with all the issues, all the things I address, but hey, check it out. I think it's really wonderful. And 3,000 people just on X alone said they wanted to hear about it too. So if they say it's an interesting idea, you probably want to see it as well. So I want to share that. All right. So let's see. We've talked about Grand Bank. We know what's going to be happening at 5 o'clock. We talked about Eric Adams. We talked about North Carolina shooting. We talked about Ice Cube. We talked about John Fetterman, which means we need to talk about international news. Yes, I know there's background noise. I'm in New York City. What do you expect? Oh, by the way, you can also support the channel. We have mugs. Go to Zazzle. We have mugs and t-shirts and mouse pads and all kinds of crap. And a bunch of different mugs. Not just this design, but many designs. You can get one for yourself as well. Go check them out. And that helps to pay for the puppy fund for my dog Khan. It helps to keep the lights on the channel. All right. That being said, let's get back into it. So I wanted to talk about Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is an idiot. Hey, England, let me be very clear to the United Kingdom, to the police in the United Kingdom, to the police who say they want to arrest people for free speech, that you want to arrest people who criticize the British government, who criticize the British policies. I am telling you I'm bitter and twisted, and you know what? You can suck the peaches and, well, I won't even say that. I won't even say it, but I'll say, screw Keir Starmer. He's an idiot, and he has failed policies. Come arrest me. Come arrest me. Come to America. I dare you to come to the Bronx and arrest me. I dare you. Show up at my door. See what happens. I'll show you what happens in a country where the Second Amendment exists and where we actually respect the First Amendment more often than not. Not the Biden administration, but every other administration, more or less. Come to my door and see what happens. I dare you. Keir Starmer has this new idea. This is going to hurt you, the American citizen. It's going to hurt the world. He is now instituted. He pushed through digital ID. You thought things were bad when he came up with the suppressing the internet, the Online Safety Act of the United Kingdom, which turned into, in America, the AI age verification of YouTube, which is currently stopping people from being able to see their favorite channels. You don't have to believe me. Talk to Red Letter Media. They'll tell you. Okay? This isn't just about me. It's not just about politics. It's about entertainment as well. YouTube has decided what you can and cannot see, and they are blocking you. In many cases, many people are finding out they're being blocked or denied to see all the content that they want to see as grown adults. That came from England. That was because of the English Online Safety Act, and YouTube and Google used that to suppress free speech here in the United States. And now, as you can see on the screen, by 2029, every person online, every British citizen, the United Kingdom, they will have a digital ID. That means that every single person online in the United Kingdom will no longer be anonymous. That their full name, their address, their ID, their information, their private personal information will be owned and stored by the government. Now they say, well, that's to protect you. It's to help you, because the government only does things to help you. They never do anything that's partisan. They never do anything that screws up and winds up harming the public. They never get it wrong. So Starmer is going, obviously Starmer's doing this to help you. That's the excuse they always like to say about these things. This is going to hurt. And because the United Kingdom is doing it, you will probably see Canada and Australia do it almost immediately. And that will eventually bleed over to the European Union taking on this idea. And with the pressure of the rest of the first world nations adopting some form of digital ID, mandating that onto their public, the pressure is going to be on the United States. Now, the difference between all those countries I've just mentioned and the United States, we have a First Amendment. We have a Constitution. Our government cannot mandate the American people on anything. I don't care if it's a jab or anything else. They cannot mandate us on how we live our lives. And we have the Third Amendment. We have a right to privacy. None of these other countries have that. None of them. You have the rights that those governments give you. You don't have any inherent rights of your own. That's true for the rest of the world, not the United States. So they're all going to make the change. And once Democrats get in power in the United States, if progressives get in power in the United States, you will see in the bluest of blue cities first, and then they'll attempt to try and do this across all of America. They're going to have digital IDs. You will never be anonymous again. Now you say, but Mike, why does that matter? Because they're going to sell your information. They're going to sell your information just as Google is doing right now. Did you forget that because part of the AI age verification is a get rich quick scheme for Google and YouTube? See, when they label you, you could be 60 and they will say, I don't like what you're watching on YouTube. We're now going to, we assume by the AI that you're actually 16. You're 60. They're going to assume you're 16 instead. And to be able to see whatever it is you use YouTube for, you simply have to give them your credit card. Why do you give them a credit card? It's proof of your identity. No, it's not. An ID is, I can't use a credit card to get onto a plane. I can't use a credit card to go into the United States Embassy around the world. Credit cards are not ID. I can't, when a police officer pulls me over because he wants to give me a speeding ticket, I can't give him my credit card and he goes, that's your proof of ID. ID is not a credit card. YouTube will take a credit card as proof of ID to change your age from the AI listing you as a minor because they want your financial data. It's about money. They're going to take that data and they will sell that to their advertisers who will now have a compilation. And if you add digital ID on top of that, now they have a full profile. They know what you buy. They know where you buy it. They know your name. They know where you live. They know your age. They've got all your information in one place. They may have had all the data in all the different places. Now they've got it in one place, and they can use that data to do anything. Anything the government wants to do. They can sell it to various businesses to help their friends who are also their donors so they can better sell stuff to you, to market directly to you. That's kind of evil. It's insidious, but it's even worse. They also can punish you because now they can track you. Digital ID means that if you donate to a campaign, say you donated $50, you don't have to leave your name. $50 in cash or online, that doesn't necessarily require that you have your name and all your information on that donation. Now it can be tracked because they know where you went. Oh, and they'll even know, even if you don't make a donation, if you're going to, I noticed that Mike Voss was going to Zoran Mondami's campaign page, and he spent a couple of hours on the Zoran Mondami campaign page. Is Michael Voss a socialist? Is he maybe a communist? We should watch him more. Let's watch what he's doing. Look at all the other data. Now, they would find out, oh, by the way, Mike is a political commentator and he's doing research. He's looking up, because they can also find out, oh, and Mike was looking at this law that was copied. He was looking at the studies that have been done on the living wage, minimum wage platforms and how they have completely failed. Mike is actually doing research. He's going to come out as an opponent of Zoran Mondami. Oh, well, then maybe we should turn off Mike Voss's online presence. Maybe we can make it harder for him to reach people because we just tracked everything he did. Think about this. Wherever you go online, they will know. You're a little freaky deaky between the sheets in your own private house when the doors are closed. They'll know about it. They can use that against you. Ooh, Oh, you want to get a promotion? Well, what if we tell your employer that you're a furry or that you have an open relationship, an open marriage? Maybe you're gay or straight or bi or one of an infinite number of genders. You think you're a toaster. Now they're going to tell everyone. It's your private information. That's something that you get to decide who gets to know, but they're going to use it against you. They're going to stop you from getting promotions. They're going to use it to ostracize you, to put you away. They're going to go and use the pressure of the government to do what Biden did to Google and YouTube, that we know for a fact, as confirmed by Google itself, that for 4 years, the truth has come out, 4 years, Biden Harris have been arm twisting, they say, Google and YouTube to force them to censor you. They've been censoring you. They've been shutting you down. They have been kicking you off of platforms. They have been making it, suppressing your voice so that, and like this channel, suppressing us so no one gets to find out what you have to say. Why? They don't like your politics. They don't like what you have to say. And now, under Keir Starmer, they know exactly who you are. They know exactly how you vote. Because it's really simple. If I know who you are and I know what you do online, I can work out what you're voting. I can work it out. And they have enough algorithms and computers, they can figure out exactly how you're voting. Yeah, this is nothing but authoritarianism, and it is dangerous. And it is coming to the free world. It started in the United Kingdom. It's going to go to Canada and Australia. It's going to go to the the EU, European Union, and it will force its way into America. You'll probably see it first over at Portland in Oregon. You'll see it in California. You'll see it in New York State. And then it's coming to you wherever you are. It will come to you. You'll see the universities do it, and then you'll see the government do it, and then they will all be doing it, and you will have no freedom. Freedom of speech no longer exists. If anyone disagrees with me, if anyone thinks, Mike, you don't know, I want you to type a comment. Super chat, regular chat, I don't care. Tell me, how am I wrong? Tell me how this is not going to be abused. Because it took 2 hours for the British Online Safety Act that was supposed to protect just kids and no one else and have no impact. It was being abused as documented by the BBC within 2 hours. 2 hours of it being officially recognized. That's it. And you mean to tell me they're not going to abuse it even more? Oh, hell yes, they are. It took less than a day for YouTube and Google to weaponize the AI age verification. You think that suddenly these governments, these institutions are going to suddenly be the good guys and they're going to protect you? Like hell. By the way, folks, this is Khan. Isn't he scary? Don't you feel scared? Look at him. Look in the camera. Okay. Yes. So when you see that scrolling down on the bottom down there, I'm talking about that 14-year-old absolute terror, Genghis Khan Voss. Yeah, that's my dog. You just saw him. 20 pounds. He's a great dog. Very temperamental. Getting temperamental, I should say, in his old age. I love him. I've had him since he's been 5 weeks. I'm used to him, but, you know. So, yes, the online digital ID. This is dangerous. This is a death knell for freedom of speech. Mm-hmm. And I don't see any way around it. Randy. Thank you, Randy. Randy, I think, is new to the channel. Thank you. And Randy says, thank you for joining us, Randy. He says, Keir Starmer is the United States Kamala Harris. Oh, excuse me, is the UK's Kamala Harris. Yes, he is. Absolutely incapable of doing the job, unpopular, and in power. That's exactly what Keir Starmer is. Absolutely true. I agree with you 1,000%. By the way, Gracie has seen in person Khan. She loves him. He's a cutie. He's a good dog. All right. What I'm going to do right now is it's been, 2 hours. 2 hours has gone by. We've covered a lot of information, a lot of details in 2 hours. And I didn't really have a whole lot about international this week to talk about. Every week we try to cover international news, how the rest of the world is affecting America and how we affect them. Not so much international news this week. There's a lot of domestic stuff. So we're going to be talking more about that. There's been a ton of breaking news. I'm going to check out on that in a minute. So what I'm going to do is I need to walk my dog. And as I've mentioned before, he's 14. Did I have it? Hang on one second, folks. I thought I had something set up. I didn't. Don't I have it as? Hang on. I thought I had something set up for you guys. And I did not. Okay. No. But I will have it in a minute. Okay. So I'm going to go walk my dog. That means you get an opportunity. It's been 2 hours. People always tell me, Mike, you're on forever. Okay. It give you two. I'm going to take a break. This gives you a chance. You can go out and have a cigarette. You can go out and walk your dog. Get something to eat. Look at the sky. Catch up on the football game. Whatever you need to do. You got, let's go with about 35 minutes. 35 minutes. So let's say by 5 o'clock, give or take a minute or two, I'm going to be back. We'll be back at about, let's call it 5:10, 5:15, right in there. We'll be back and we'll continue the show. I've got a lot to talk about. There is still so much more to talk about. AOC, that's a big thing to talk about. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, talking about whether or not Donald Trump is actually popular. That's going to be a thing we're going to talk about. I have not addressed the Justice Department and their lawsuit. I haven't talked about, what is this? Okay, the Democrats' plan for the 2026 midterm election. I didn't get to Chris Murphy out of Connecticut and his insane authoritarian policies. He's got a crazy thing. There's new news, breaking news about January 6th, and we now know that Thomas Massie was absolutely correct. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We have news about Antifa and Donald Trump. We're going to talk about all of that. We got a bunch of things yet to talk about. So let's say it's 4:38 right now. Like I said, we'll be back at 5:10. Until then, I will let you, you can join in. I had this up. I had it. What was I going to? Okay. I'm going to play something from, this is from 2021. So I'll play this. You can see it. There we go. So this is from 2021. July of 2022. We were talking about Chicago and guns and the hypocritical nature of the left. And I'm pretty sure everything I was talking about then is even more true now. So go ahead and watch that, and we'll be back at 5:10. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It's July 5th, the day after the National Day of Independence, the celebration of America as a great nation, as the most free nation in the world, the example of freedom and democracy worldwide. We are proud of our nation, with all of its lumps, with everything put together, the best nation in the world. And we were happy be able to spend that time to celebrate this nation. Now, before we go further, we do want to mention that for 5 days, due to technical difficulties and some monetary issues, we were offline. We had no internet. And so we weren't able to keep up with everything that's going on. But my God, what we saw this morning, it pissed us off. And that's why I want to talk to you about it today, because I think it's important. Now, if this is the first time that you have seen the channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we almost always reach out with you in a live stream to hear what you have to say. We listen to you as you tell us of what is important around the world about the issues that are affecting us all. And whether your government agrees, whether or not the internet overlords agree, we look forward to every Sunday, virtually every Sunday, to be able to be with you at 2:30 p.m. to hear what you have to say in tweets, chats, and phone calls from anywhere around the world. This Sunday, July 10th at 2:30 p.m. Now, with that said, as I said, this weekend, due to technical issues, we were not able to be live with you. And we weren't on the internet. Now, being someone who was born before home computers actually existed, wasn't that big a deal. Went around the house doing some cleaning, did some yard work, worked on a couple of other things that we had going on. Life was okay. Being away from the internet isn't a death sentence. But when we got back today, Tuesday, this morning, at about 7 in the morning, we started catching up on some of the things that we had missed. And one of the first things that we saw, and this is all going to tie together, and we thought that we were going to be talking to you today about the FBI, because the FBI released their app. This is the Child ID app for the FBI, where you get to send your information about your kids, your photos of your kids, information about your kids, things about you and your kids to the FBI so that they can have it in a file, a database. Presumably, in case something happens to your child, the FBI has the information and they can more quickly save your kid's life. Now, I also want you to remember, this is the same exact FBI that in 2015 ignored the sexual abuse from Larry Nassar against U.S. gymnasts. This was a bad man doing very bad things. In fact, it was so bad, and the negligence of the FBI was so massive that the FBI is being sued now for $1 billion because they did nothing. So that's an important issue. And we thought that would be the focus that we would talk about. And we'll do another video more in depth about that, because I think it's really important for people to realize, don't give your information to the FBI. I'm sure we will get in trouble and get an audit from the IRS for having said this publicly. But what we did also notice is that everyone was talking about a mass shooting over the weekend. You've undoubtedly heard this by now, that there was a mass shooting in Highland Park, which is truly, truly sad. So many people died. So many people were injured because one freak of nature, one demonic being, decided to take a rifle and try to kill innocent people. And we have long said on this program, and we will say it again, the root problem isn't the weapon that is used. We have seen these demonic, deranged criminals go out and use cars. They have made bombs. They have used handguns. They have used all manner of weapons and tools to commit these vile acts that we denounce in the strongest terms. And they have been individuals of many different parties and no party affiliation. They're deranged. So we're not going to focus on that, nor will we name this individual, because they don't deserve to have their name ever spoken again, except maybe at the time of their sentencing for the death penalty, which we would hope they would receive. But we saw this news, and it was the Highland Park mayor
mentioning that the firearm that was used, well, it was legally obtained. They don't know where the gun came from or how the shooter got the gun, but they know it was legal. To which we had to ask a very simple question. How in the world do you know that? If you know that the gun is legal, then you should know who owned the gun, whether it was stolen, whether it was purchased. You should know what's going on with that. But instead we heard, well, it's a legal firearm, but we don't know where it came from. We can't track it. That made no sense to me. And when I hear things like that, that makes me start to say, what's going on? This sounds like propaganda. This sounds like someone who is trying to create a scenario to distract the public. And I think that's exactly what happened. Because we have a lot of hypocrites in the media, in our politics, and in our society that want to pick and choose the way these stories are told to push a political narrative that doesn't help you. The agenda is not going to make you safe. It's not going to protect you. All it's going to do is enrage you. And they hope that when you are enraged, when you are emotional, you're not going to think about who you're voting for. You're going to vote based on your emotions. And you're going to support things like the Safer Communities Act and other bills like the red flag laws to be able to strip away your freedoms because someone says, well, I know you're upset, and guess what? We're going to do something. And that something is we're going to take away some of your freedoms, and that will make you safe. We have heard this over and over and over again. It has never resulted in safety. But when I say that this is something that we hear about Chicago, and there's a bunch of hypocrites about this, I want to be very clear what I'm talking about. If you look at Highland Park and its distance to Chicago, the single city, the single place in America that has every gun control regulation that has ever been mentioned by a Democrat or anyone against the Second Amendment. Everything is there. Every regulation, red flag laws, New York Safe Act, magazine, gun bans, everything. They've got it all. And yet, we see massive violence all the time. So much so that the news media doesn't even talk about it. No one blinks an eye when you say that there were shootings in Chicago again, that children were killed because of stray bullets again. It's just rampant. The black on black violence is astronomical compared to anywhere else in the nation, and it never gets spoken about. So when I heard it was Highland Park and I looked at it, Highland Park, Illinois, well, how far is that from Chicago? 27.3 miles. Mind you, if you're in traffic, that's going to take you 2 hours a mile or about an hour to travel the difference from the center of Chicago to Highland Park. But realistically, anywhere else with normal traffic, you're talking about a community that is it's not even a suburb of Chicago. It is Chicago, quite honestly. So this is a Chicago problem, and they have the same restrictions on firearms that we see in Chicago, that we see in the state of Illinois, that we see in California, New York, and some of the other anti-Second Amendment parts of the nation. And I was looking into this, and of course, I decided to go to the most trusted name in news, CNN. Yes, I'm being very sarcastic there. And this is the article I noticed. Parade shooting suspect legally obtained the weapon used in Highland Park, the mayor says. There's a couple things that are interesting and important in this. So the Highland Park mayor says that they understand that the weapon used by the alleged shooter on Monday's mass shooting was purchased legally. How do you know that? She says, quote, that being said, again, if you have a weekly mass shooting with a legally purchased gun, then I think we need to talk about why those laws aren't protecting the very people that they're supposed to be protecting, Rhetoric told CNN's Ann Broaddus. Let's be honest, we need to make it more difficult for people to create carnage. Now, in that, I can accept and I agree. The laws, as the gun control laws, do not work. They have never worked. They never will work because the deranged and the criminal don't follow the law. They never have, they never will. They don't care. These gun control laws have been created to punish law-abiding citizens. 99.994% of the legal law-abiding gun owners in America, 165 million people. That's who they're targeted against. That's who they affect. That's who we're hurting. And we're not affecting the criminals at all. We'll get into that. We'll show you what we mean. But I think it's important that she has recognized this, and she's talking about weekly mass shootings, which you may debate, and we have debated, what is the definition of a mass shooting? But let's take her word for it, that in Chicago, there are weekly mass shootings, even though they have every single gun control measure ever imagined by a Democrat, which is basically the same one over and over again, different variations on the same theme of you don't get to have a firearm. You don't get to protect yourself. That is the theme of Democrats when it comes to gun control. Take away law-abiding citizens' right to have a firearm. You may agree with that. You may not like it being said honestly to you, but that is the reality. That is the theme. And every single form of gun control that has been put out in the last 45 years has been a variation on that theme. Stop lawful American citizens from being able to have a firearm, which is the Second Amendment right, and therefore leave them defenseless. That's just the reality. And she really recognizes here, and it takes this kind of horror to make her recognize all of this fluff, this propaganda, these empty promises from politicians on the right and on the left that have said they're going to protect you, that they're going to take care of you. It's not true. They don't. They can't. Unless you were to have a police officer on every rooftop, on every street corner, in front of every home, following every citizen everywhere they went, 24 hours, 24/7 a day, that would be the only way. And that is realistically, logistically, emphatically not real. That's not possible. So I found that very interesting. And the fact that this mayor actually knew this criminal. They knew this person. Now, mind you, they said, well, we knew them back when the kid was in the Cub Scouts and don't really have a relationship with this shooter since that time. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. Don't know. I don't know how many people, how much they mix together in their communities. I'll take the mayor's word for that. But it's important to let you understand that even with people who knew this person, their uncle, their father, people did not recognize this individual, although strange, as being deadly. And that's one of the problems with all of these things, the red flag laws, all the gun registrations and licensing. You don't know. You can't tell. Very often, no matter what is out there, it's not going to be enough. And as we see from the FBI, sometimes even when you have the information and you know there's a problem, it's still not enough. That's why the Second Amendment allows you to protect yourself, your property, your family, and, of course, to protect your nation, your government. But that's not necessarily good enough for some people, because some people have to, well, like most of us, we try to figure out, why did this happen? Not just how did it happen, but why? What was the motivation? In fact, this is one of the most important questions we can ask about gun control ever. And for years on this program, we have been saying the only answer, the only way to get to a solution is to ask, what makes a person decide that the only answer in their life is to kill innocent people? We have said that every single time that there has been a mass shooting, a school shooting, when gun violence is being discussed. That is the only question that we must address. And if we have legislation that does not address that specific issue, We will never resolve this. Tired of having to say this, and I'm tired of listening to these hypocrites who are trying to find any and every other answer than that answer. In fact, this is the reason why we're even doing this video today. We saw this, and this message from Nathalie, a Democrat animal lover. Kindness matters most of all. Well, here's her kindness. Who do you blame for the mass shooting that happened today at the 4th of July parade? This was yesterday, and I understand it may have been an emotional moment for Nathalie. But let's think about this. Who do you blame? There's only one person to blame for the shooting. And we have to be honest with that. And we have to think about that. Our answer was the shooter. You ask as if someone else could possibly be responsible. No one else made the decision to commit this demonic attack. So who else had the blame? There's no one else to blame. No one else is to blame. The shooter is the blame. The accountability is on the shooter. Now, I see people who say, oh, it's the Republicans, KKK. Other people are saying, it's the NRA. No, it's not. Because the NRA did not fire that weapon. Because Republicans or Democrats or Libertarians or even the Green Party, the Democratic Socialists of America, did not fire that weapon. The shooter fired that weapon. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's who's responsible. Same as in Uvalde. The Uvalde shooter, whether they are on the left or the right, whether they're trans or gay or straight, doesn't matter. They were the one responsible. Buffalo, whether or not that person was a racist, and they were, as far as we can tell from all documentation, they were a racist, doesn't mean anyone else was responsible. They were responsible because they're the one who fired. Same thing as the New York subway shooter, also a racist, a black supremacist. And also, the fact is, it wasn't the black supremacy that was at fault. It was because he decided to shoot people in the subway in New York. And you can even go, and it doesn't matter whether it's a firearm, whether it's a handgun, a long gun. Think about Wakusha, the man who drove through, ran over human beings at a Christmas Day parade because they happened to be white. It wasn't his racism that made that happen. It was because he made the decision to run over innocent people at a parade. He is accountable for it, not racism, not whether or not America is racist inherently, which it is not. No, it was because he made a decision. We can't put this off on someone else. Yes, I do think that Antifa is terrible. Yes, I do believe that the progressive leaders of tomorrow are a hate group. Yes, I think these hate groups are complicit. They incite people. But at the end of the day, the shooter and the killer is responsible for their actions. We don't get to push this off on someone else because it sounds like a neat headline on CNN. Is it that hard to understand? Republicans didn't do this. Democrats didn't do it. Libertarians, the Green Party, Democratic Socialists of America, the Communist Party out of China, none of them did this. The shooter did this. Why would you ask who is responsible? There's only one person responsible. Let's hold them accountable. And I don't care what their upbringing was. I don't care if they were beat as a child every day. I don't care if they're abused. It doesn't matter. Because none of that justifies killing innocent men and women and children. Doesn't justify it. I don't care what the background is. Could be a drug addict that's been abused all their life, sold as a sex slave, and it still does not justify it. I don't care what the horror story background you want to create may be or what is the reality. It doesn't change the reality. The shooter is accountable, and we should hold them accountable, them solely accountable. And then we look at our society and say, are there factors that would help to drive someone to that decision? but the decision was that individual's. And what makes the individuals decide to kill an innocent person, a group of innocent people? Is there anything that's helping them to make that decision? But the decision is still theirs, no one else. Let's remember that. Stop being hypocritical about this and stop telling me that if you pass one more law, that this crazed individual that made this decision is suddenly going to go, well, there's 22,002 laws on gun control. I'm going to listen this time. No, they didn't. And they're not going to. In fact, this is really crazy to me when I think about this, because this is national news. Everyone is freaking out about this news. My God, it's Chicago. There was a mass shooting in Chicago. The mayor of Highland Park made it very clear. There's always a mass shooting in Chicago. Let's see. And this is coming from ABC News. ABC News. Chicago shooting, 71 people shot, 8 people killed in 4th of July weekend violence. There's always a mass shooting in Chicago. Let's see. As ABC News reports, the toll was lower than last year. 19 people were killed and more than 100 people were shot over the long 4th of July weekend. 100 people were shot. And in 2020, 79 people were shot, 15 fatally. In 2019, 68 people were shot, 5 of them fatally. We're talking about, on average, for the 4th of July, that we're seeing an average of about 59 people shot and anywhere from about 5 to 10 to 15 people killed in the July 4th weekend alone. And I wish I could say that that's something strange and unusual for Chicago. But let's think about this. It was June 28th of 2021, this is from, matter of fact, I'm going to update this. This is from Google. Just type in Chicago mass shooting. I want you to see how much of a hypocrisy there is here. So looking at this, there's mass shootings, May 19th, 2022, 9 people shot, 2 people fatally. It was June 28th, 2021, 17 people shot, 2 people fatally. June 3rd, 2022, Illinois, people are freaking out because people are getting shot in mass shootings. CBS News, May 20th, 2022, 9 people shot, 2 fatally. July 21st, 2020, mass shooting at a funeral home. Let's see another. September 20th, 2013, mass shooting in Chicago caps a bloody week. How many stories do we need to go through? How many do we have to go through in Chicago? Week after week, month after month. It was just about a month and a half ago that there was a mass shooting. 2 teens went around shooting 17 people. This isn't new. This isn't a surprise. That's why the mayor of Highland Park, Illinois said this is a weekly occurrence in Chicago. But right now, the news media is acting as if this is shocking. This is brand new news. No one has ever imagined that in Chicago there's going to be mass shootings. Of course there is. Stop being a hypocrite. Stop acting as if this is brand new. It's never happened before. No one's ever discussed this. No, lots of people have discussed it. The major media and most of the major politicos, they don't mention it. They try to avoid it because it proves that every single form of gun control in the United States at this moment fails. That is just a fact. Look at the numbers from the FBI, Crime in the USA report every year. Look at New York State, the New York Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Report. Year after year, we have done studies on this over and over. We have written reports about this. Red flag laws, gun bans, magazine bans. It doesn't work because we're targeting legal, law-abiding citizens. In fact, the only thing we're doing is making it more dangerous for law-abiding citizens. We're making it more dangerous for women, for kids, for people trying to protect their families and their property. That's a fact. And we should address that fact. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So we know now that the Supreme Court has decided that you have
Where do you put your firearm and holster when you aren't carrying? In your free universal holster mount from We the People Holsters, of course.
Jacob Stanford, they do say two people trying. All right, so you're just watching here as that was unfolding. The police chief said there will be another update at 8 o'clock Eastern. So we're going to continue to follow. Let's dive back into our Fox 2 team as they provide some insight from there.
The Church of Latter-day Saints, where hundreds of people were attending a service and then engaging in that suspect, neutralizing the threat. We learned from an person, the shooter here, is presumed to have lived. They also talked about at 1 o'clock the fact that there was the shooting and then there was a fire that was set by the suspect at the church. The fire engulfed the entirety of the church, and at that time, back at 1 o'clock, they indicated that there was potentially people still within that church. As I mentioned, there were hundreds attending the services. So the scope of this chaos is still yet to unfold. We didn't hear any details in that brief news conference, but he mentioned that he'll be back at 8 o'clock to answer any other questions. And I know that we do have team coverage all over this. We've been since it broke. Let's go first to Fox 2's Camille Amiri. She begins the team coverage. Camille, you were at the shooting scene and the shooter's house, and now you're there at the news conference. Kind of bring us up to speed on what we know so far.
Yeah, I think you did a really good recap of the press conference. It was a very, very short press conference. They did not take any questions at all, but confirming the name of that suspect, Thomas Jacob Stanford, 40 years old, out of Burton. We were outside his home, like you said. It's about a 12 to 13-minute drive from the church, and we were outside there for many hours this afternoon, but we didn't see police go in yet because they were trying to determine if there was any explosives inside that house. So they were putting drones up, very methodical. Bomb squad, 2 large vehicles from bomb squad were there, as well as several cop cars were there. We were not able to see the house specifically because of a very long tree line. But as you've been saying, I mean, this is a horrible, horrible situation. As you heard in the press conference, and if you're just now joining us, 10 people shot inside the church, 7 right now listed in stable condition, 1 in critical, and 2 deceased. We anticipate there may be more fatalities because after that large explosion and that large fire, there were some people we've learned that were not able to get out, that were trapped inside. So obviously that is still a very active scene right now, as well as the scene in Burton, and then here this press briefing that we just had at 5 o'clock and expecting to have another one at 8 o'clock. There are also multiple vigils scheduled, as we understand, but just everything is unfolding very quickly, and we're just trying to bring you everything as soon as we get it. But again, 2 people deceased, possibly more inside that church once they're able to get through the debris to determine. And again, that reunification center, we did go by there, but they did not want us to talk to any of the people there. And everyone there was obviously in a very sad state of shock because obviously there are some people who are not accounted for yet. So again, another press briefing at 8 o'clock tonight. Thomas Jacob Stanford, the name of that suspect, confirmed by police here today at 5 o'clock. And of course, we're going to continue to follow this story throughout the night and bring you all of the developments as soon as we get them. Dave, back to you.
Camille, I know you've been working very hard. Thank you for that coverage. We will check back in with you. And the scope of this is still hard to comprehend. Shortly after we learned about this, we sent somebody down there. We were able to speak with somebody at the scene who actually survived the mass.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited kintsugi collection, I had to grab one. Inspired by the Japanese art of turning imperfections into golden masterpieces, each Ridge kintsugi wallet has a completely unique golden etched pattern, literally one of only 8 exclusive designs. That means the wallet in my pocket right now, you won't see another one exactly like it. It comfortably carries up to 12 cards, some cash, and even has room for an AirTag. Rare, refined, and guaranteed to spark conversation every time I pull it out. With a 99-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free returns, no wonder Ridge is in the pocket of over 5 million men worldwide. Grab your limited edition Ridge kintsugi wallet now before they're gone.
Another vehicle, we were on the phone with him. He was ducked down in another vehicle trying to just lay low.
And you ended up getting in contact with him and he was okay?
we were actually on the phone with him when the shooter came out the door, and then that's when I just put pedal to the metal to try to get out, and that's when he started shooting at our vehicle, and that's what you saw there.
And tell me what led up, like what did you see leading up to your windshield kind of exploding or the bullet coming through?
Church had started at 10 o'clock. We had our opening congregational hymn. We were getting ready to take the loud bang. And then we saw that the front wall, so the front part of the chapel, the wall was cracked. And so we at first figured somebody accidentally had done something. So we started rushing out to go help. And then as soon as I saw the American flags on the truck, and that it was on purpose, and somebody yelled that it was on purpose, I started trying to get people out of the area and away, to disperse away.
And I guess how soon, like from you getting injured, did you realize that you were getting shot at? Like, did all that happen first and then you got shot at?
No. So, yeah, all of that happened first.
Okay.
And then I was kind of trying to gather people, trying to find my wife. I ended up finding my wife. And then we went to our vehicle. We called our son, found out he was in another car. I was trying to go to get to that car so that I could get him in the vehicle. There were some elderly ladies and some sisters in our ward that are in our congregation that we got brought into our vehicle so that because they can't run very fast, and so we wanted to make sure that they were safe. As soon as I saw the door open with the shooter and with his rifle, that's when I tried to drive away, and that's when he shot at us. And so there was multiple shots, probably a few dozen before that even happened. I didn't see anybody else get shot. I'm aware, from what I know, there are people that were shot, and some that, at least one that I know of that was killed.
And kind of in the aftermath, in this point you're at right now, what's going through your head right now?
Just confusion. It's you want to make sense of these things. You never will. It's it's a mental illness, I'm assuming. It really can't be anything else, so there's really not a way for us to, over the next few days, people are going to say, oh, it's because of this and because of that and because of this, and the reality is, it's just, I'm sure it was just some individual who was sick in the head. None of us recognize this guy. He came in with camel pants and an assault rifle, and so
and
confusion and just sad.
And
yeah, we are back. Sobering in so many ways. What you were just hearing was some of the news from the 5 o'clock announcement. There was a press conference. I had just gotten back in the door with my puppy, Khan. You saw him earlier. I had just got him back in, and they had the press conference. I thought it would be longer. The press conference was about 2, maybe 3 minutes long. Basically, it was just a recap of what we know at this moment about the shooting in Grand Blanc in Michigan at the Latter-day Saints church, Mormon church. There were hundreds of people that were attending that church service, which started at 10 a.m. This was obviously known to the killer. The name of the killer has been identified. We know who did it. It seems this is a 40-year-old individual. The information I had previously on the show that I was reporting on, I had mentioned it was not confirmed. That is correct. It was not confirmed. It is a different individual. So if you're looking online, you may have seen a different name of a 42-year-old individual. That was not the person who was responsible for this. I'll say his name once. It was Thomas Jacob Sanford. And he was military, ex-military. We don't know, because it is a different individual. Again, PTSD is suspected as possibly being part of the cause. That was mentioned by several news organizations, credible news organizations earlier in the day. I'm not sure if that still applies to this, who has the individual who has been identified as the suspect, as the assailant, who is dead at this time. We understand that there were up to 3 explosive devices that were on the scene. 3 of them were not exploded, did not ignite. We believe one of them did. It did result in an explosion to some degree. There was a fire that broke out. Individuals were trapped in the church. It is highly likely that multiple other individuals will be found either injured or dead as an aftermath of the fire that was also going on at this time. Again, the thing that stopped the shooter was a good guy with a gun. Off-duty police officers and also on-duty officers responded quickly to the scene. One of them was in the church as a member of the church, according to news outlets, and they engaged into a firefight with the mass shooter. They killed the mass shooter. That is why this did not result in more people dead. Hundreds were there. 10 were shot. 2 are dead. 7 are in the hospital. 3 of them are children, according to news outlets. Obviously, significant news. No real update beyond the name of the shooter. The police are investigating his home, online, computers. They're investigating that now. We expect at 8 o'clock there will be another live press conference that should be able to provide us more answers. In the press conference, if you didn't see it in full, it was only about 3 minutes long. No questions were taken. So that news media were not allowed to ask any questions. And basically everything I've just given you is the update there. It's upsetting. It's upsetting. And as you heard from the gentleman, I believe he was injured. He was shot at by the shooter, injured his hand. His vehicle was shot at. Glass was broken. As he said, this is someone with a mental illness, as all mass shooters are. Regardless of their reasoning, regardless of their manifestos or their excuses, they're all mentally ill. Could more have been done about this? Unknown. Did gun control stop this? No. Did the current existing level of mental health services across the United States, did that do its job? No. And that really should be the takeaway. That should be the thing. That should be the conversation going forward. It should not be about, oh my God, he had a rifle. So what? Literally, so what? There are millions of rifles in America at this time. There are 450 million firearms owned by 160 million Americans right now. Firearms are not the problem. They have never been the problem. And a gun ban or more restrictions on the Second Amendment is not the solution. The real solution, especially in this case, and also in the case of the shooter just last week, is actually Charlie Kirk's murderer 2 weeks ago. It's mental health. That's the solution. Dealing with the mental health problem we have in America. Some of it brought on by affirmation policies and affirmation ideology. Some of it brought on because of PTSD, because of the wars that we have had and the failure of the Veterans Affairs Department under every president in my lifetime. Those are being afflicted with drugs, and that causes mental illness as well. Individuals that, like in North Carolina, where instead of dealing with a mental health issue, they re-released 14 times this person who had a mental illness, and in not doing that, he wound up stabbing to death Irina Zartuska. There is a bigger problem here. Mental health is part of that bigger problem. It's not the firearm. If anyone wants to debate that with me, I'm happy to hear it. If there is any elected official in America that would like to debate me about this, I will give you 12 hours, uninterrupted live stream to debate me on this and tell me and try and convince me that this is all about guns. It's not. This guy had bombs. He used a car and he used a firearm. Are we supposed to now say that we need fire control? Not just knife control like they have in the UK, not just having control over the firearms, but he used an IUD. So everything used in creating those incendiaries, those improvised explosive devices, do we now need to have all of those banned? Do we have to ban trucks and all vehicles because they have been used repeatedly to attack people, like we know in in Oregon? Dwayne Brooks, who used his vehicle to run people over, 60 people in a parade. Do we now have to ban all cars, all trucks? Again, that's not the root of the problem. The tool is not the root of the problem. We need a serious conversation about this in America. We really do. I'm upset about this. I'm very upset about this. Okay. I'm going to move on to some other news. We were going to talk about other things on the show. This is upsetting, though. This is very upsetting. We had left off on the program talking about, we've been talking about what was going on with, and by the way, I look forward to looking forward to your comments. Whether you agree or you disagree, it doesn't matter. I'm happy to hear from you. You can send in a super chat. You can do it with a Rumble rant, or you can just type in, as you have seen, Randy Norton, Joanna Peterson, Gracie Grimm, Dow Grimm. We have people like Phil and so many others, John Lashcombe, who've all commented. You can comment too. Whether you agree, disagree, I'm happy to hear it. You will always be respected as long as you are respectful. We will be happy to hear your voice, even if you disagree with me. If you think the problem is gun control, let's have that conversation. I don't think it is. I know the evidence, all the data, the empirical data says it's not. That's not the problem. But we can have this conversation. We need to have this conversation in America. We really do. And again, every elected official, every Democrat of any official organization, I will put you on this program for 12 hours. Prove me wrong. Tell me how it's only about guns, that's the only problem. Convince me. Convince me. Don't tell me to shut up and obey and it's just guns and you don't get a Second Amendment. Don't just say that. Give me the reasons. Show me the evidence. Show me how gun control has ever worked. Ever. Provide me the proof, because I can provide the proof of the counter. The most effective thing that we have to deal with mass shooters is a good guy with a gun. That was true of Derek Perry. That's true in this case. It is true consistently. That's what does it. That's the most effective thing we have. But I am willing to hear other opinions. I am willing to look at any evidence that says other. But we left off the show. And by the way, if you've been with us this far today, please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. The only way that we can grow this channel so we can get, people like Zoran Mandami, Curtis Sliwa, we can get elected officials onto this program on a regular basis to ask them questions like, what's the answer besides gun control? What other answer do you have? What about mental health? Will you fund mental health? I would love to ask that of Chuck Schumer. I would love to ask that of Kirsten Gillibrand. They're both senators here in New York. They won't come on the program. We don't have enough views. We don't have enough subscribers. But if I had 5,000, 10,000 subscribers, we can ask them that question. And we can ask them to make sure they give an actual, real answer. We can get Eric Adams, who's no longer in the mayoral race for 2025. We can get him onto this program. We could get elected officials to answer our questions. I just need 10,000, 5,000, 10,000 subscribers. We can get them on. So I hope you'll help me out with that. Maybe you'll consider PayPal or joining our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. Maybe. It's up to you. Okay. So we were talking about England and Keir Starmer. Randy S. Norton was mentioning that welcome to the UK of China. If these digital IDs come in, which they will by 2029, Keir Starmer has dictated that. The whole mass migration was set up to force IDs on us. The IDs haven't worked in France or Germany. It's all control. I agree. It's all control. And it doesn't work. And this is straight out of the social China's program of controlling their public, of tracking every individual in China and making sure they only state what is approved. They only do what is approved, or else they are punished. Their jobs are infected, their ability to eat, their ability to date, their ability to live is impacted. And that's the model that you see in England right now being implemented by Keir Starmer, and therefore it will go into the EU, it will go to Canada, Australia, and they will pressure the United States. You will see that first in California and or New York, Illinois, possibly Maryland or Boston. You will in Washington State or Oregon. You'll see it in one of the bluer than blue states, and then it will go everywhere else. Moving on from that, I wanted to address also that, and again, something that you're not going to see a lot of news about, came out on the 25th, 3 days ago. This was on Thursday. It was announced by the Office of Public Affairs, part of the DOJ, that 6 states have been sued because they refuse to provide to the government and to you, the public, their voter registration. That these states are California, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. None of them will provide their voter rolls. All of them have refused to do an audit of their voter rolls. All of them are independent research that has been done by various organizations in each of those states have found thousands, if not tens of thousands of individuals who should not be registered to vote because of they're homeless, they're not a real person, they don't live at the addresses that have been provided. There's a lot of irregularities in the tens of thousands, enough to change elections at the local, state, and potentially at the federal level. And the government has asked them, provide your audited, your edited numbers. Let's review them. Let's make sure that our elections are as secure as possible and as accurate as possible. But if you notice, when you talk about California, when you're talking about New York, when you're talking about New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, these are some of the biggest areas of illegal aliens entering the United States. And we know for a fact that some illegal aliens have gotten onto the voter registration rolls. We know this has happened. We know it's happened in Washington State, Oregon. We know that this is happening. Now, you may say, but Mike, that's not a big problem. Maybe, yeah, 100. If there's 100 or 1,000 in a state of 20 million, as an example, in New York State, if there's 1,000 illegal aliens that we know of that have been registered to vote and are voting, you'll say, well, that's not going to change a presidential race. Maybe not, but it will change city council. It will change who's elected into Congress. It will change who's the mayor of your city. It does. Those are enough votes that on the local and state level definitely can affect your life. Therefore, we should know that the voter rolls are up to date. The mainstream news media skipped over this story, ignored it completely. And I understand there's a lot of news that's been coming out in the last 2 weeks, and it's been a very busy 9 months so far. There's been a lot of news out there, but they completely ignored this. I would hazard to say 80% of the people who are watching this program who might see this have no idea that the government, the DOJ, is trying its very best to provide the safest, most secure, most accurate votes in an election for 2025, 2026, and going forward. And 6 states don't care. California, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania don't care about your vote. They'd rather have mystery and darkness and the potential corruption in the voter rolls than tell the truth. That's not me saying this. That's what's being alleged by the United States government. And I am showing you the DOJ announcement. So the censors on YouTube can suck it, because that's what the DOJ is saying. And that's why they're being sued. You didn't know that before, but you should have. That should be a topic that's being discussed on a national level. It's not even being talked about at a state level. They don't want you to know. They don't care. And that makes me think something is happening. Something is being done on purpose against you. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear it. Maybe I'm being overly concerned. Okay, I can accept that. I don't think I am. I think this is a legitimate concern and something that needs to be addressed before the 2026 midterm elections. And even if that means Democrats get to win more votes, fine. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's the reason why those 6 states, which happen to be big blue Democrat states, they don't want to have anyone look at the votes. They don't want the reality to be out there. But I'd be happy for them to prove me wrong, but they won't do it. Let me see. I wanted to move on. Let me move on. We got a lot of stuff to cover. A lot of stuff that's coming up. And by the way, I'm, again, always looking forward to hearing your voices, folks. So this came from Representative Mike Levin. Representative Mike Levin, who's from California, he's with the California 49th District. And as I recall, that is a Democrat district. Shocking, I know. Standing there with Adam Schiff, who's now a senator. Adam Schiff, who illegally had mortgage fraud. That's the allegation. That we know he signed documents that misrepresent where he actually lives. That is a crime. That is fraud. And we're waiting for him to be drawn up on charges. I hope he is arrested for that. He is indicted for that. But Mike Levin, standing next to Adam Schiff, a man who, again, Adam Schiff, I'm so upset with him. He went on to Rachel Maddow for 3 years, telling the American people that the Russia hoax was real. 3 years on the Maddow show. Never provided evidence. Promised that he had evidence. This is like straight out of the McCarthy era. He promised that he had evidence, that he could prove that Donald Trump engaged in Russia collusion, and never provided that. There were 3 separate investigations, including by Democrats, cost you, the taxpayer, $35 million, and Trump didn't do it. In fact, Democrats were more liable, and that's why James Comey is now being indicted, because he lied and he helped Democrats with the Russia hoax. James Comey was in charge of the FBI as the Russia hoax was gaining traction. He was the one who allowed the Steele dossier, a fabricated fake document that we now know, was used as the excuse to secretly spy on the Trump administration and him as a candidate and many Republicans, and to abuse his power to try and punish them because he doesn't like their politics. He had a different political preference. That's why James Comey is now being indicted, because he lied. But Mike Levin, let's be clear. He says, let's be clear. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. This is true. If the government shuts down, why are we talking about a shutdown now? They have had 8 months to put together a bill, legislation to fund the government. I mean, it's too much to say that they could actually balance the budget, but they have had 8 months to work through the budget issues, and they didn't. Now, Republicans do, in fact, have legislation to continue to fund the government going forward. There is something on the table. So in Congress, representatives, and in the Senate, Democrats have provided to be able to move forward. The people who are trying to shut down the government are Democrats. Democrats refuse. They have told us they refuse. They want funding for NPR. They want money for illegal aliens. They have a wish list of things that their donors want to see funded. They want U.S. aid, which we have found 83% of all U.S. aid was there solely because of the intelligence agencies of the United States. It was there to promote progressive ideology around the world. It wasn't to help people. 83%. And that's what they want funded. Democrats want, put the funding back, give the money back to all of their donors, all of their supporters around the world. They want to spread progressive socialism around the world, and they want the Trump administration to fund that. They want NPR funded by you. NPR can fund itself. It's a private business. Your money isn't necessary for NPR to continue to exist, for PBS to continue to exist. They can go and get the money just like every other business. Cable does it. YouTube does it. Lots of private businesses are out there. They don't need your tax money. They get donations as is. Oh, but there's not enough money being donated to NPR. Not enough money is being donated to PBS. Well, that's a problem for Democrats. Mostly. I mean, there are other people who donate to these organizations as well, mostly Democrats. So that's their problem. Donate more money. And if not, shrink the size of NPR, shrink the size of PBS. Don't have as many stations. Have less programs that are not as expensive. That's what a private business does. Instead, they want them to spend as much money as they want to spend, and you, the taxpayer, have to pay for it. Even if you don't watch NPR, even if you don't watch PBS, even if you don't want to fund those organizations, they want your money anyway because Democrats want it. That's not a reason to do it. That's not a reason. Yeah, I know. They have a feeling. I have a feeling too. Why does my feeling not count and only their feelings count? They want it. I want to be a multimillionaire. Guess what? I'm not a multimillionaire. They don't get to have funding for NPR, not from the public. What Bill Gates could fund NPR and PBS for decades if he wanted to. Warren Buffett could fund them for a century if he wanted to. What about Jeff Bezos? What about all the Democrat billionaires? And there are many of them. They could fund PBS for decades, if not centuries, if they wanted to. Why come to the American taxpayer? Go to them. Go to those private businesses and ask them. Democrats are always upset about the rich and corporations. They're always pissed off at the billionaires. They want to take money away from the rich and the billionaires. Okay, hey, I got an idea. Bernie Sanders, you're upset about billionaires. Go to the Democratic billionaires like Bill Gates and tell them to fund PBS, to use their money to fund PBS. Bill Gates could use the interest off of his money, not even his actual money, just the interest he gets from his money. He could use that and he could fund PBS for the next 5 decades. I don't hear Bernie Sanders saying, well, I'm going to go over to Bill Gates and get him to give more money. Instead, he says, I want you, the American taxpayer, someone who doesn't have Bill Gates kind of money, the middle class who are being taxed to death, the poor people who get refunds. He wants your money. Go to Oprah. She's a billionaire. Ask her to fund PBS. Oh, but we can't do that. Can't ask the Democratic donors to actually put their money where their mouth is and fund these programs. No, that's got to be the public doing that. Why? It's a simple question. Why? Why can't Democratic billionaires fund PBS? Why must it be the American public? Oh, we're not supposed to ask that question. Mike Levin, the California Democrat, he doesn't want to answer that question. Instead, he wants to blame MAGA. He wants to blame Orange Man bad because his feelings are hurt. And you are supposed to care about his feelings. He goes on to say, if the government shuts down, it's because Republicans wanted to shut it down. They have legislation to fund the government. So he is factually lying to you to your face. That Republicans have votes and have the legislation. The bills are there. They want to fund the government. Democrats don't. He goes on to say, we must lower costs for families. Republicans are working on that. Protect access to care. Republicans are working on that. And stop this breakdown of the American healthcare system. He's also in favor of funding PBS and NPR. Okay, but Republicans are doing that. And they can do more. That's a different argument. We could do more. It's not like we're not doing it at all. But we don't need to fund illegal aliens, which is one of the things that Mike Levin, the California Democrat, wants to do. He wants to have your tax money that you worked all week for to go to give a hotel to an illegal alien because they entered into America. That illegal alien is going to go back to that 3-star hotel like they were in New York City, in California, in LA, and in most of the bluer than blue cities across this country. He wants you to keep paying for that. Tell Bill Gates to fund it. He could buy out entire hotels if he wants to. He could buy the hotel and make it free for illegal aliens to be there. Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, you can go through the list. Mark Cuban, go to them. Let them pay for the illegal aliens, not the American people. I just thought it was odd. Mazie Hirano of Hawaii is another one who's been saying that. This is a cut and paste statement. Mike Levin, this has been said by every elected Democrat in Congress. In one shape or form, they're copy pasting this and putting it out there, trying to convince you that Orange Man bad. They are desperate to tell you Orange Man bad because they have nothing to offer. They have no solutions. They have no leadership. So they have to make everyone else evil for them to look good, to make it look like they're doing their job. They're not. This is a Democrat problem, not a Republican. Democrats may cause the government to shut down, not Republicans. There's no two ways about that. They can lie and say anything they want. It's just not the truth. Empirically. Let me also, let's move on. So this is something else I saw. I thought it was kind of interesting. From Reason Magazine. Democrats, by the way, links to everything we're talking about in the show will be added after the live stream is over. About an hour later, we will add all the links so that you can see all of these articles, all of this for yourself. Take your time, see it all. I want you to be informed. Okay. So Democrats say, stop jawboning. That's their job. The First Amendment. The First Amendment is going to be protected by Democrats. You know, like Joe Biden here, which we know this week, Google came out, YouTube came out, and they admitted to Congress. It is, if they're lying, they're going to be thrown in jail and get a fine. They have stated on the record, empirically, without any doubt, that the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats, silenced the free speech of American citizens, that the White House used their power to push and cause Google to suppress and or completely eliminate your voice. They deleted channels and silenced people and suppressed channels like this one and Hardlands Media on the left and Larry Sharp, a libertarian, everyone who was saying anything that wasn't the approved message of the mainstream media, that if it wasn't being said by MSNBC or CBS or ABC, that they were telling you, they were shutting them down. They were actively trying to destroy the First Amendment. And now they're telling you, oh, no, but the Democrats are going to protect the First Amendment. No, they're not. Hang on one second, folks. It's my dog, folks. Yeah, my dog is having a moment, and I may need to step out in a moment to help him out. But we'll see in a second. But so let me finish this up, and then I'll see what I'm going to do about my dog. So in this article, we find out that the Democrats don't want to talk about the fact that they suppressed your free speech. They don't want to talk about they actively harmed American citizens. Thousands of American citizens had their online accounts canceled. They had income. People were professional YouTubers overnight, had their livelihood destroyed. And Democrats aren't apologizing for that. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to mention that whatsoever. They're instead saying, and this is the thing, Representative Chris Murphy out of Connecticut has decided to say, and I want to show you this right up here, the Second Remedy Democratic Party is going to break up the monopolies. They're going to go in and they're going to punish Disney. They're going to punish Viacom. They're going to punish the media companies because they followed the rules. This is about Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel was suspended for a week. 1 week. Not fined. He wasn't removed. Donald Trump didn't make a phone call. The FCC chair, Keir, did not make a phone call. No one talked to Disney. No one talked to the affiliates. They made a decision based on Jimmy Kimmel's words alone. The same Jimmy Kimmel that said, if you didn't get the jab, you should die. That's what Jimmy Kimmel said. Jimmy Kimmel was willing to let people die because they didn't do what Jimmy Kimmel wanted, which is the propaganda of get the experimental jab, even though we don't know what the side effects are. And because they were mad that that same Jimmy Kimmel, went on and lied to the American people, which is a violation of the actual regulations that allow ABC, NBC, CBS to exist. The reason why they have a license to be on broadcast airwaves is because they can't lie to the American people. And Jimmy Kimmel lied to you. And he's unrepentant about it. Unrepentant. And he got a week off. He got a vacation. He's worth $100 million. He got a vacation. And now Democrats are saying, oh my God, you can't punish Democrats and Democrat propagandists who are on national TV violating the regulations, the FCC licenses, because that's their propaganda. No, no, no. That means we have to punish you. Again, they are destroying the First Amendment. This isn't Orange Man bad. This is the Democratic Party. And they're punishing you. And they think it's a good thing. And they said, well, now we're going to go in. If Chris Murphy of Connecticut truly believed that there were monopolies in the media companies, you had 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration to do something about it. You had 8 years under the Obama administration. You could have done something about it. You didn't care because they were carrying your water. Because you had people like Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert, Stephen Colbert, and all the rest of them, Fallon and the rest, that were carrying your water, and they were being the propagandists you wanted them to be, pushing propaganda in all of the media, whether it's a Hollywood movie or whether it's a TV show or it was late night television. They were perfectly happy. It's only when they stopped pushing the propaganda, now the Democrats are pissed off, and now the Democrats are like, we're going to punish you unless you keep pushing their propaganda onto you, the American people, whether you like it or not. This is Chris Murphy saying that. Democratic Representative Chris Murphy out of Connecticut. He doesn't care about the First Amendment. He cares about Democrats having power. He wants Democrat propaganda 24/7 piped out to you. Does that sound authoritarian to you? Because Donald Trump said, Jimmy Kimmel sucks and he's off the air? Good. He didn't tell Disney to take him off. He didn't go to Sinclair or News Star and say, get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. They did it on their own. Because Jimmy Kimmel is a pig, in my opinion. His comments were disgusting, in my opinion. And he lied to the American people. That's a fact. And he violated the terms of the license for ABC. He deserved to be punished. But Democrats like to take care of their own. They love to take care of their rich, ultra-rich, multi-millionaire propagandists. Anyone disagrees with me? I'd love to hear your comment on it. So I wanted you to see that. Okay. Bear with me a moment. My puppy, again, my dog is having an issue. Let's see. Bear with me. I need to check on my dog. Bear with me. Okay. I need to take a moment. I need to check on my dog. I apologize. But let's watch this for a second, and I'll be right back.
For women, for kids, for people trying to protect their families and their property. That's a fact. And we should address that fact. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. So we know now that the Supreme Court has decided that you have a right to carry a concealed carried weapon. That is part of your Second Amendment right that shall not be infringed. That states must provide you with a license to conceal carry unless there is a specific and serious reason why you don't get to exercise your right. It is an absolute right given to you by birth, not from the American government, not from a law professor, not from the Democratic Party or the UN. This is your right by birth, recognized by the United States government at its beginning, at its core. This is fundamental to our freedom in our nation, unlike any other nation in the world. Now, the response from the appointed New York Governor Kathy Hochul was that she decided to take a page from her former boss, the disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and she decided that she was going to go in the middle of the night and to pass a law that American citizens never got a chance to read, that American citizens never got to see. All they got was the promise. We're going to do this and you're going to be safe. As we have shown previously, Kathy Hochul doesn't even have a...
Okay. All right. Thank you. My dog seems to be fine. He's being temperamental. He's 14 years old, so sometimes he gets temperamental. So thank you for bearing with me for a moment there. All right. Speaking of crazy politicians, since we're on that subject of some of the crazy politicians out there, like Chris Murphy out of Connecticut, did you hear about AOC? Not a big story. Came out a little bit earlier today. So AOC accused Trump, President Trump, of trying to take over the media. Again, this is all from Jimmy Kimmel. This is them trying to change the conversation from their accountability, their responsibility about the death of Charlie Kirk. And so they've instead started talking about Jimmy Kimmel. And they've elevated Jimmy Kimmel into, they want Jimmy Kimmel to be the same kind of martyr as is Charlie Kirk. And they're trying to change the topic of conversation when it comes to the First Amendment and free speech. They want to have the high horse. They want to be the moral high bar that everyone else has to hurdle past, that they're the good guys when it comes to the First Amendment. They're not. Demonstrably, they're not. And here is AOC. And she says, well, Donald Trump is trying to take over. Like I said, that Donald Trump, who we know for a fact did not speak to anyone in Disney, did not speak to any of the affiliates, had nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel being removed. He was happy about it, but that's it. And by the way, Jimmy Kimmel losing his job, he's worth $100 million. That's not the same thing as dying, like Charlie Kirk. Not the same thing in any ballpark you could put out there. None. So she blamed him, and she says, and this is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, during one of her town hall meetings, because she doesn't actually go to see her constituents in the New York Democratic 14th District. She doesn't go out and see her people anymore. She's not in the neighborhood anymore. She doesn't live there anymore. She has no idea what's happening. It's like Richie Torres in the New York 15th. My congressman, no one ever sees him. Nobody knows who he is. Now, AOC, they know who she is for a lot of funny reasons, but okay, they know who she is. She doesn't go and see them anymore. Why? Because she doesn't care. She's about power. She's trying to figure out whether she should run for the Senate or she should run for the presidency in 2028. That's what she's doing. She's trying to get all of Kirsten Gillibrand's donors in line with her so she could have funding. And she's looking at the polling right now that puts her in third or fourth place with about 5% on average, about 5% of support from Democrats for her to run for the presidency in 2028. That's where her head's at. That's why she went out with Bernie Sanders, a man who absolutely sold out all of the Bernie bros, sold out the socialists for an extra house, actually 2 houses. That's who AOC is with. But AOC decides she's going to try and get back in good graces with the resistance and with all the progressives out there. And she's going after Orange Man bad. And she says, Donald Trump is less popular than he has ever been. They need people to believe, Republicans need people to believe they are more powerful than they are, because she thinks Republicans equals dictators, authoritarians. She thinks that we're some mega Hitler youth and that we need power. We need to feel like we're powerful. No, we are in charge of the House and the Senate and the White House. We have a majority, and we were elected by the majority of the American people to do the job we are doing. She goes on to say, Donald Trump is less popular than he has ever been. I saw that, and I said to myself, Mike, that doesn't sound true. That sounds like a lie. That AOC is actively lying to the American people. So I decided to check it out. And I want to show you, and this is real simple. You can go to Real Clear Politics, which is a neutral site. They're not left-leaning, not right-leaning. All they do is they take all the polls by everybody, average it out, and tell you what the number is. They compared Donald Trump, Obama, and Bush in their second terms. Each and every one. Obama, Bush, and Trump. In 2025, as of this moment, Donald Trump has a 45.3% approval rating. In 2013, Obama had a 43.5%. That's less than Donald Trump. And in 2005, President Bush, in his second term, had a 43.8%, which is more than Obama, but still less than Donald Trump. So the very first chart I looked at, the very first set of evidence, and by the way, you can look at the evidence they have here for yourself, and this is a chart that goes back over the last 6 months, and you can see the numbers. The blue line is, of course, Obama. The red is, of course, Donald Trump. And you can see Donald Trump has been tracking along with, for the most part, President Bush, and then just took over and exceeded President Obama. So AOC is lying to you. Yeah, I see. AOC is lying to you. But you say, Mike, but that's only one conglomeration. That's only one set of evidence. Guess what? I have more. And I will show you some more evidence that AOC is lying to you. And she knows it. Her team, her staff know this. Because if I could find this in 2 minutes, their staff already knew this. She didn't think you'd ever look. She didn't think anyone in the news media would ever fact check her. She thought that the mainstream news media would just say, Donald Trump's the orange man bad. Of course she's right. Of course he's not popular. Because they want you to believe he's not popular, that the majority of Americans, or a large number of the Americans, don't support any of his policies. That is a lie. Here it is. Direction of the country under Donald Trump. This is set for the max. And so when we look at this, yeah, it's at about 40% of Americans think we're on the right track. About 55% say we're on the wrong track. That's fine. But if you look at this number and you go back in time, let's see, last time we were at this level was under this is under Biden in 2021. And most Americans thought throughout the entire Biden administration, far more people thought we were on the wrong track, and that includes Democrats. And then you go back under the Trump administration, yeah, not so bad. Trump is not unpopular now. In fact, he's been doing fine. He's been doing about as well as we saw under the Obama administration. Trump's doing fine. AOC lied to you. She lied to your face. She doesn't care because she's pushing orange man bad because she has nothing else to say. I know. She has nothing else to say. She has nothing else to offer you. It's sad. Okay, so my dog is having a problem right now. I am going to take a moment to deal with him because my dog, I love my dog. I love my dog. All right. I am going to jump out and let's see. We'll go with. Come on. I will go with a new story. We'll go with a different story here. I just want to play something for a little bit. Give me a moment. I just need. Okay. So I'm going to just play. This is from 2023. Okay. This is a new story from 2023. I'm going to take care of my dog because I love my dog. This is about the Democrats are abandoning the party, and this is not being a trend that has not been spoken about. This 2 years ago. It's still happening to this day. I'm going to play this. I will be back shortly. I apologize for that as I take care of my dog. So I thank you for your patience, and I'll let this play.
Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon. Happy to be here with you on July 12th. It is approximately 3:30 in the morning, and I could not go to sleep with the news that was troubling me all night long. And I wanted to share that with you. There's something that is happening in America, a trend that we are seeing, and it seems to be downplayed, perhaps even hidden on purpose from the American people. And we wanted to share the data that we were able to find and hear what you think about this trend that seems to be sweeping the entire nation. Now, before we get into that news, I do want to say first, if this is the first time you're seeing our channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. At the same time, we want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to be able to hear your voices from anywhere in the world, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe that the First Amendment is not just an American amendment, but it is something for everyone in the world to speak about the issues that matter to you. And therefore, we hope to see you this Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, no matter what your government thinks, no matter how the internet overlords feel. So, to the issue at hand today, what is the big thing that's kept me up all night long, that won't let me go to sleep? It's the fact that there is a trend in America that we have seen since 2021, but most notably since 2022, and is continuing and gaining more speed, it seems, more attention, more of a tsunami in 2023. And you probably haven't noticed it, except we keep getting minor local news announcements about it on a regular basis. It's that Democrats are giving up on the Democratic Party. Matter of fact, and more importantly, we're not just talking about voters, we're talking about elected officials. The Democratic Party is breaking away from the Democratic Party. It's something that a lot of people may not have noticed as much, something that they haven't seen, but it is something that is happening. Now, one of the first indications of that comes from PBS. This was on June 27th in 2022, reporting on the number of Democratic rank-and-file voters who gave up on the Democratic Party. It was actually 1 million Democrats in 43 states that switched from the Democratic Party to the GOP to become Republicans. To quote from the article, it's more so a rejection of the left than embracing the right. Now that's very interesting. And they note that the transition away from the Democratic Party began 5 or 6 years ago for many of these individuals. The AP examined nearly 1.7 million voters who had actually made the switch. And this is over the last 12 months. This is a left-leaning news source reporting on an impact, something that is impacting the left-leaning party in America, the Democratic Party, and its splinter faction, the Progressive Movement. Now, we've been seeing this for quite some time, and many people will say, well, Mike, why are we talking about that today? This is in 2022. Why is that important to mention at this moment? Well, in particular, what started me on this process is when I heard the news and saw the article today, Democratic State Representative flips to GOP, blindly followed a decision. This is coming from Newsweek, which is rated as being a neutral source. And they were speaking specifically about Representative Maisha Maynor and why she left the Democratic Party on July 11th. Now, the news, it didn't get a lot of news, didn't get a lot of coverage, but I think it's important because we've been seeing a trend. She's not the first, nor is she the last, as a woman, as someone who is black, as a Democrat. And that's important. Now, we want to go through this with you to show you the evidence of what we're talking about, because this isn't just an individual, as many of the news reports want us to believe, that it's just one person. It's an outlier. It's not a trend. At least, again, that's what the mainstream news media wants to portray this as. But it's not. We've already shown you that in PBS, rank and file voters, over 1 million of them, have made the switch already. And why is this happening? Let's address that first. Why are they making this switch? Well, because they have seen something happening consistently whenever the Democrats, since 2021, with Joe Biden taking over the White House, we've seen a certain consistency. Maybe you'll see this trend as we show you, first of all, a conversation with Representative Nancy Mace in Congress, speaking to a representative, one of the Texas state Democrats that ran away from Texas because they didn't want to take a vote they were going to lose. They abandoned their job, broke Texas law to be able to try and stop doing their job. And they did so because they were complaining about voting rights. They said black people aren't being treated fairly in the state of Texas. This is Representative Nancy Mace, and I want you to listen to this. It's very important, and we have the words on the screen as well. This is the questioning she had to say.
And what percentage of blacks in Texas, black and brown African Americans, are registered to vote?
Oh, a huge percentage.
70%. Do you know what percentage of African Americans, black and brown Texans have voted on average or in the last election?
About 64%.
Correct. Do you know how many whites are registered to vote in Texas?
Far more than African Americans.
72%. You have 70%.
Okay, I want to stop it here. And as she's about to highlight, in Texas, black versus white, the difference is 2%. And the Texas state Democrat didn't know. She didn't know the numbers. But she's telling you, and she promoted the idea that it's a vast difference, that somehow blacks are being underrepresented. The difference, again, is 2%. Let's go on and see what else.
Of blacks in Texas who are registered to vote. You have 72% of whites in Texas who are registered to vote. Do you know the percentage of whites who turned out to vote in recent elections?
I want to say over 50-some percent.
65%. Do you know what percentage of Hispanic?
So, again, let's stop for a moment. So the percentage of who actually did vote, 1% difference. According to, and this number, the state Democrat did know. It was 64% of blacks voted in the most recent election. And at that time in 2022, 65% of whites voted. The difference was 1%. But again, the Texas state Democrats, their argument was, well, blacks aren't being represented. They're being held back. They're not allowed to go out and vote. And yet, according to the data, they are voting. They're voting significantly. They're voting as much as whites are voting, or at least within a percentage. So when we see that data, the question comes up, are we being told the truth? Are Democrats
That is a good question. That is a very good question. And if you're wondering, I think I figured out what my dog wanted. He's okay. Again, he's an older dog. He's a little bit temperamental. Usually, he knows my schedule on Sundays. But he knows better than I do. But today he was having he was being a little touchy. So, okay. Thank you for your patience in letting me try and deal with my dog. Let's try and pick up. So we were talking about AOC. AOC lied to you. I showed you the data. Go to Real Clear Politics. And the data is very clear. Donald Trump is as popular, if not more popular, now than he was in his first term in office. And he's as popular, if not more popular, than the Biden administration, and as popular as the Obama administration. AOC lied to you because she has an agenda, because AOC doesn't care. So there's that. Now, yeah, I know he's. He doesn't want to go outside.
He does. He's just doing the thing that he does.
Come here, Con. Con, come here.
No, because he doesn't want you to hold him or stop him. He doesn't want to sit in the hot room. He wants to go outside.
If you're wondering, folks, that's my dog. He's now in front of me. And see, he was fine 2 minutes ago. Now he's not. Okay. No, that's not it. I know what he's doing. No. No, it doesn't happen.
Yes, it does. This is normal. This is what happens.
Absolutely.
Really telling us what's going on. And I want to go into even more of the data. Why do we see this? Well, here's another thing. Do Democrats plan to cancel the presidential primary debates? This was a question on April 25th of 2023. This is a fact check from Newsweek, a neutral news source. And according to the fact check, as much as they want to say that, well, Republicans do this as well, the reality is that Democrats right now are the ones who are asking for this. In fact, commentator Mac Wallace had more than 962,000 followers on Twitter, almost 1 million Democrats that were upset that Democrats will not allow for a debate because many Democrats do not support Joe Biden. And we will confirm that for you in just a moment. And so they're very upset about this. And if we look through, you will see that the ruling from Newsweek is, well, this is misleading to say that the Democrats are canceling debates. Their answer is that the Democratic Party is doing exactly what it has always done, which is deny Democrats the ability to have a debate to choose the nominee for the next presidential election. That this is just commonplace and that it is normal for Democrats not to hear the voices of their rank and file members. That's kind of troubling. And that doesn't make anyone, any Democrat, confident. But it's not just that. What is it that the Democrats are representing right now? Well, when we take a look at it, a poll finds that the majority of Americans support anti-trans policies. Now, this is coming from The Advocate, a far-left site. And so the way they want to word it is, well, no, Americans are anti-trans. But they have to admit that the same majority of Americans oppose discrimination, which doesn't seem to make any sense. And when you look through this, as we have, a majority of the participants in the post-KFF poll opposed gender-affirming treatments for young people. See, notice there's a key word here, for young people. 68% of Americans opposed the use of puberty blockers for trans youth in the age range of 10 to 14. 58% opposed hormonal treatments for those who are aged 15 to 17. And majorities did approve of gender-affirming counseling or therapy for both age groups. So what we're seeing is the American people don't have a problem with someone saying they might have a different gender and to seek support for possibly having a different gender. But if that individual is under the age of consent, if they cannot consent, if they are too young to understand the consequences of what they're doing, then the majorities of Americans, an overwhelming majority of Americans, say leave the children alone, let them be children. Give them time. Don't change them until they are able to consent as an adult. Well, the Democrats don't really like to say that. If you notice, again, what was it that the Advocate said? Well, Americans are anti-trans. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying leave the children alone. They word this very carefully so that you don't notice they're targeting children, and they're admitting it. That's why the question is made, and they're giving the age groups. Democrats are targeting children 10 to 17 years of age. 10 to 17. They're targeting children who are 10 to 14 in terms of altering their bodies potentially forever. That's not the same thing as being anti-trans for an adult, a consenting adult, an adult who has the ability to understand the consequences of their choices. It's a very different scenario than what the left would like to present to you and try and present it as negatively as possible. And Democrats aren't very happy with that. I can understand why they wouldn't be. Thinking about affirmative action, something that just came up. And if we see the Pew Research Center most recently came out with an article on June 16th, about the same time as the Supreme Court came down with its decision. And we see that when Americans are looking at the affirmative action question in surveys from the spring of 2023, 50% of Americans disapprove of using race, of being racist in college admissions, that it is unconstitutional. 50% disapproved, only 33% approved. In fact, the only groups that were more in favor of the affirmative action and discrimination, government-approved bias, was Democrats in general and blacks more specifically. And every other group, Hispanic, Asian, white, Republicans, they all overwhelmingly believed that it was unconstitutional, that it was unfair. Even when you look at just Democrats, 29%, nearly a third of Democrats felt it was unconstitutional. Even blacks, 29%, felt it was unconstitutional as well. So we have a couple of issues here. Democrats are not happy that their voice is being nullified by the Democratic Party. Democrats are upset that the Democratic Party is attacking their children, that they are confronting their children and saying that you must blindly affirm, you must allow the Democratic Party to decide how you're going to raise your child and how your child's life is going to be affected forever. These are not new things. We talked about it before. And if you talk about affirmative action, if you point out the numbers, if you point out the question of constitutionality, well, as we showed you earlier last week, the answer that we received in a live stream was personal attacks, which we have put together for you and showed you the personal attacks we received for daring to even bring up the question. Never was the question answered, is it constitutional? The answer was, you must obey, otherwise you're a racist. Or in my case, anyone who happened to be black and saying it's constitutional, well, then you're a traitor to your race, as determined by Democrats and progressives, that they nullified my inherent race because they didn't like it politically. It's kind of telling, and a lot of Americans are noticing this, not just in live streams like the one that we do every Sunday, but they're hearing it in the news media, they're hearing it on social media, they're seeing it repetitively. Look at the TV shows, the movies, entertainment, entertainers, and what they're saying. They're getting this told to them on a regular basis. Obey, do what we say, the government is always right, you have no choice. Now, even the most recent poll that we can find, which came out July 10th, which is a poll as reported by National Review, a YouGov survey, which was conducted it was sponsored by The Economist, which is a neutral organization, between July 1st and July 5th. Do you approve or disapprove of the Supreme Court's decision on affirmative action, which ruled that colleges are not allowed to consider an applicant's race when making a decision about admissions? That affirmative action, that bias, prejudice, is not to be used. 59% approved and said the Supreme Court was correct, that it is unconstitutional based on the 14th Amendment. 27% disapproved. The poll also found that significant majorities of pluralities of Black and Hispanic Americans supported the decision to overturn affirmative action. 44% of Black Americans approved of the Supreme Court that confirmed that affirmative action is unconstitutional. 36% disapproved. 45% of Hispanics approved. They agreed that affirmative action is unconstitutional. 28% disapproved. Again, what happens when you say that publicly, though? As an individual, when the Democrats and the progressives are able to see your face, they use personal attacks. Even though they're trying to make it seem like you're an outlier, that you are by yourself, that you are the one who's different or weird or isolated, that you're not the norm. And yet, polling after polling shows the majorities of Americans all are on the same page. They all agree. It's much like when we look at what the approval rating of Joe Biden, as reported July 10th, that the most recent IBD TIP poll shows that 38% of Americans 18 and older do not approve of Joe Biden. They are upset with him. 51% absolutely disapprove of him. 18% agree with him. 18%, not even a quarter of the Americans agree with Joe Biden. And this is a trend that has been continuing from March and April, May and June. The numbers continue to go down and down and down in terms of the approval rating for Joe Biden. And we're seeing this on issue after issue after issue. And again, the Democratic Party has made it clear, not only in the Newsweek report that said, well, this is normal. Democrats never listen to their constituents, their voters, their party's base. But we see that Democrats, as reported by Politico, yet another left-leaning source, that state that Move On and Third Wave are reaching out to Senate Democrats on July 27th to silence their voices, to tell them that they do not have a choice in who will be the nominee for the Democratic Party. They do not have a choice. They do not have a voice in the next election, that they must accept what the party has said. And they're going to round them up on July 27th to tell them to shut up because they have no choices in the matter. And Democrats are seeing this over and over and over again. And as a result of seeing this, as a result of these voices telling them to shut up, that they have no opinion, or that their opinion is not valued and unimportant to the Democratic Party, we're not only seeing 1 million Democrats leave, but we're seeing the Democratic politicians leave. As an example, we point to 3 months ago, North Carolina State Representative Tricia Cotham left the Democratic Party and joined the GOP. That's something that occasionally, yes, that does happen, but the question is, why did it happen? What did she have to say? And I think that's perhaps one of the most important things. North Carolina Democrat, this is what she had to say. This is directly from PBS, again, left-leaning news site. And speaking about Tricia Cotham, we look at what she had to say about this. And her reason for leaving, I think, is incredibly important. And Democrats across this nation are hearing and seeing and saying the same thing. I will not be controlled by anyone. Look at what Democrats have said about the progressives and the elected Democrats. What have they said about the trans bill? What have they said about affirmative action? What have they said about the economy? Look at every aspect of what Democrats are pushing forward on the progressive agenda, and then look at what we are hearing. Cotham, a woman, a Democrat, says, I will not be controlled, that the Democrats were trying to control her. And of course, the answer from the Democrat Party is that, well, she's a spy. She's a traitor. She's a spy and a traitor because she no longer wanted to be controlled after 10 years as a Democrat, an elected Democrat. But she's been a spy, they say, and a traitor for 10 years, supporting the Democratic Party, its candidates, and its policies for 10 years. And when she became fed up and decided that she no longer wanted to be controlled, that she no longer wanted to follow the agenda, a progressive agenda, an agenda that targets children, an agenda that promotes prejudice and bias, when she said no, then she became the bad guy. They attacked her. That is a personal attack when you say someone is a spy, that they're a traitor. That seems pretty odd, but it's not unique because in West Virginia, lawmaker Elliot Pritt switched from the Democratic Party to the GOP. This was in April 17th. This is the second time we saw this in another state. Now, while Mr. Pritt did not provide a statement of his own in changing his position, what we do see is that he wasn't alone. In December, State Senator Glenn Jeffries, who represented the 8th Senatorial District, he also switched from the Democratic Party to the GOP. We see that State Senator Jason Barrett, who represents the 16th State Senatorial District, switched from the Democratic Party to the GOP. And of course, as many people remember, Governor Jim Justice, who served as a Democrat in the 2016 election, switched in his from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party in his first term, in less than a year into his first term. We're seeing a trend here. Now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, what is that? 5 individuals so far that are all switching, many of them in 2023. And that brings me to the most recent announcement. The most recent individual, as we were mentioning previously, and I want to go back to that to show you again, from Newsweek. Who was this representative? Who said this? Representative Maisha Maynor. And I think it's very important to hear what she had to say about this. I will never apologize for being a black woman with a mind of my own. She dared to not have the same political agenda, the same progressive agenda of the Democratic Party. She dared to say she had different views. And because of that, she was attacked by the Democratic Party. She was attacked so viciously, she felt she had to switch parties. In fact, if we look at just the Daily Beast, on July 11th, yesterday, Democratic Georgia State Representative defects to the GOP after school voucher vote. Now, when we look at this entire article, what did she have to say for herself? I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left her when they embraced left-wing radicalism, lawlessness, and put in the interest of illegal aliens over the interests of Americans. This is what she had to say, that they crucified her, that they abandoned her, especially on the issues of school choice and their efforts to defund the police. She could not stand it anymore. She could not stand for that. It was a moral decision for her. This is in Georgia. A black woman in Georgia, a black Democrat in Georgia. And she is being attacked mercilessly by Democrats, by far left progressives, saying that she defected. They highlight that she is a turncoat. A turncoat, that she betrayed people for standing up for school vouchers, for standing up for American citizens over the criminals who have entered our nation illegally, that have billions being spent on them, diverting billions of dollars from young children, from veterans, from American citizens, and the operation of our country. But that makes her a turncoat. That makes her someone who is evil. She defected, according to what we see from the Democrats. This is very, very personal. And I think most Americans are seeing this over and over again. Look at the answers that we hear. If you disagree, even in entertainment, Indiana Jones is resoundingly found to be a bad movie. It is objectively a bad movie. And because it is promoting the progressive ideology, if you say that, you're the bad person. You don't understand. You just don't have the right understanding of politics and entertainment. It's your fault. You're the problem. We've heard that from as going back to She-Hulk and talking about Star Wars with Rey. We've heard that about The Witcher, Witcher Origins. We've heard that about Willow. We've seen that in movie after movie after movie. Ant-Man and the Wasp. You have to like communism. And if you don't, you're the problem. Over and over it goes. And yet, the public is rejecting it over and over again. It's very interesting, I think. And I found it interesting because when I looked at this and I see this trend where we have seen 5, 6 individuals in the Democratic Party in key states that Democrats absolutely need to win the 2024 election, when I see this and couple that with the trend that we are seeing amongst Democratic mainstream voters, I said to myself, why is no one mentioning that this has gone from an outlier to what appears to be a growing trend, all on the same basis, that Democrats have abandoned the American people. They have abandoned their own party members, that they are looking for obedience. Well, I looked up party switching. How often has this been discussed? Is anyone noticing this trend? And the answer is no. This is not being talked about in the news media. This is not being talked about on mainstream media or in search engines. It is rarely, if ever, mentioned, even though we are seeing Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. You're not seeing this in terms of the terms of party switching, or Democrat joins the GOP, or Democrat defects. They're keeping this as regional stories. No one will address this on a national level. You have to ask yourself, why? Why? Oh, I know. Even in Texas, we were told that Texas, black people don't have the right to vote. And that's why you have to fall in line until you learn the numbers, as Nancy Mace presented it on the floor in a congressional hearing, and numbers don't match up. How about when we look at people like Stacey Abrams, who lost twice in her bid, saying that's all about racism. In fact, even Forbes magazine, in their contributor article on November 21st of 2022, said the reason why Stacey Abrams lost is because she's a fat black woman with curly black hair. Well, that doesn't seem to be correct, because it wasn't racism. That's what you heard from Stacey Abrams. It's racism. Except the University of Georgia, in a poll, finds that 99% of Georgia voters reported no issue with casting a ballot. Remember, Democrats told you that SB 202 was a bill that would restrict black people from ever being able to vote, that they would never be able to cast their votes. And yet, when the University of Georgia looked through the numbers, they found 98.9% of voters found no issues casting the ballot. In fact,
all right. I think my dog is okay now. I think my dog is happy now. I think so. Not easy to tell, but I think he's calm now. So I just showed you AOC lied to you. I just showed you that Connecticut Democrats are looking to abuse their power. They have threats that when they get back into power, they're going to punish companies like Disney for daring to follow FCC regulations, following the law. We talked earlier about what happened with the shooting. We've talked about Eric Adams dropping out of the race. We've covered a lot of things. There's still a little bit more that I wanted to cover with you guys. And it kind of goes in line with what we saw just now when I was showing you from the video from 2023. So it kind of worked out. You got to see Nancy Mace, congressional hearing, Democrats lied, Texas Democrats. That was the first time that they ran away, took a vacation, abandoned their constituents. Then we saw that again this year. They ran away, they abandoned their constituents, took a vacation, and they didn't. Everything they were saying is a lie. Oh, it's about the voters. No, it's not. There is no voting issues. This year, they said the same thing as they said last time in 2023. They said, oh, it's about the voting. It's about making sure black people can vote, and black people vote as much as white people do in Texas. They lied to you. AOC lied to you. And now I want to show you Barack Obama. And I'm not talking about Barack Obama from back in, when he was in office. I'm talking about now. This week, Barack Obama on Thursday came out, and Barack Obama had a whole bunch to talk about in terms of the pandemic, in terms of the jab, that requirement, that obligation, that mandate from the government. The same people that tell you your body, your choice, told you you have no choice, that you had to get the jab. For you, your kids, if you're a pregnant woman, you had to get the jab. There was no two ways about it. That's what they said. And here it is, Obama on the 25th. He was giving out medical advice. Remember, under the Biden-Harris administration, they strong-armed Google, they strong-armed YouTube to silence you. If you talked about medicine, if you quoted the CDC, if you quoted the WHO, in fact, I did, and they struck this channel. I wasn't able to speak for a week because I dared to quote the medical data from the CDC and the WHO, and they gave me a strike. Say, you're talking about medical, you're giving medical advice. No, I'm reading the science, which they told us we have to listen to the science. And here comes Barack Obama, and he's saying, when Donald Trump is quoting Harvard, the Harvard science, the study that says that Tylenol may be one factor that affects autism. There may be a connection between the two. You have increased rates of autism if you take Tylenol while you're pregnant. That's what the study said from Harvard. That's what the CDC told the American people. And Donald Trump said, well, if that's the case, why are you taking Tylenol if you're pregnant? And Barack Obama said, don't listen to him. Don't do that. Because he's president. He's not a doctor. But wait a minute. Barack, I don't recall you coming out and saying when Joe Biden said, get the jab, you didn't say Joe Biden isn't a doctor. When Joe Biden said that getting the jab would make you immune, you didn't say he's not a doctor. When Joe Biden said there are no side effects, when Dr. Fauci said there were no side effects, I didn't hear Barack Obama say you're not a doctor. That's not what the evidence says. No. Barack Obama is upset because Donald Trump and the CDC quoted Harvard on their science saying there may be a connection and an increased risk of autism. And because Barack Obama and many, many, many other Democrats said, you know what, don't listen to the science, don't listen to the CDC. RFK Jr., he's a traitor, so anything he says, since he's a traitor to the Democratic Party, not to America, to the Democratic Party, therefore you don't have to listen to Orange Man Bad, you don't have to listen to RFK Jr. And women started chugging Tylenol. It's called the Tylenol challenge on TikTok. And a woman is dying as we speak because she overdosed on Tylenol. God knows how many women may have affected their kid, not just because of the link that may exist, not just because of the increased risk of autism, but because they were chugging Tylenol. And by the way, as has been confirmed multiple times, Tylenol has been saying for decades, if you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol without your doctor's approval. They've said it many times, not just in 2017. They said it a decade before that. They said, don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant without your doctor's recommendation. In fact, if you have a bottle of Tylenol, on the bottle of Tylenol, it says, if you are pregnant, do not take this without doctor approval. So Donald Trump, RFK, the CDC, said exactly what Tylenol said and said the same thing that the Harvard study said. And Obama, a non-doctor, said, oh, no. They don't know what they're talking about. How dare they tell you that you shouldn't take Tylenol? How dare they? think about this for a second. Is Obama being banned from every single social media source? Is there a community notes coming up on his comment? Is he being ostracized and told he can't speak because he's not a doctor, because he's giving out medical advice, because what he's saying goes against the science? No, they're saying, oh my God, let's give him applause. It's Obama, Barack Obama. He's black. He was former president. He must know what he's talking about. Where are all the science deniers now? Remember, we were being told in 2020, 2021, 2022, to this day, you're a science denier. You're denying the science. This is what the science says. And those people who are taking Tylenol, chugging Tylenol, I don't know. They must not be married. Where are the men? Where are the men, the partners, the significant other, whatever you want to say? Where are they when they see that their wife is pregnant with their child and they're chugging Tylenol and the bottle says pregnant women should not take this without doctor's advice, and they're chugging it, not just one. Some of these women on TikTok, you can see it for yourself, they're just downing pill after pill. You got to say, women, you're killing my baby because of virtue signaling? You're destroying the child and potentially destroying their future because virtue signal, because orange man bad, because Obama said orange man bad, because a bunch of Democrats said RFK Jr. is a traitor to the Democratic Party. Does this make sense to anyone? We've seen Democrats will lie to your face. The Democratic Party will lie to your face because they want power. I just showed you 2023, the Texas Democrats ran away on the same lie that they ran away in 2025. It's about black voters. Black voters aren't being stopped from voting. Black voters are registering as much as white voters are. They're voting as much as white voters are. Where's the problem? Oh, but they're not voting Democrat, at least not in the numbers that Democrats want. They want more black voters voting Democrat. Well, that's a choice. That's because the Democratic Party has nothing to offer. Because Democrats have no leadership. They have no plan. They have no future. All they have is orange man bad. And that's not enough of a reason to vote for anyone. That's the problem Democrats have. But instead, they're like, no, you just don't understand. Oh, yeah, I understand. Everybody understands. It's that we don't agree with you. And it's just, it is so blatant. You saw it in Texas in 2023. You saw it in 2025. You saw it with AOC lying to you, saying, oh, Donald Trump, he's not popular with anyone. He's never had lower approval numbers. That's a lie. It is a provable, absolute lie. And I showed you the data. I showed you Real Clear Politics. You can go there for yourself. He's lying. They're lying to you. Why? Because they want power and they have nothing else to offer. They just have fear. And the thing about the fear is it results in people doing stupid things like the Tylenol challenge. It results in pregnant women endangering the lives of their children and themselves. It results in people being so terrified that they kill other people. That they go out to Dallas and they shoot at ICE facilities, and and not only do they endanger the lives of ICE agents, they kill some of the detainees that they're supposedly are trying to protect. They actually killed the very people they say are victims and that they're standing up for. I think, and no one wants to talk about this. I asked Obama, when did you get a medical degree? Because that would be news to me. And we were told that in 2021 and after. In fact, again, Biden enforced this on YouTube. Punished people. They were stripped of their channels. And I can prove to you, YouTube, Google, they didn't care. This wasn't about First Amendment. It was about protecting Democrats. Because think about it. They put back thousands of people, but you didn't get all of your content. If you had 100 videos, you had 1,000 videos, it was all gone. They wiped it out, deleted it from existence. So now you're back. You're back on YouTube and you have no videos and you have no audience. You had 10, 20, 30,000. You had 100 people that were following you. You're back to zero now. You got to start from nothing. Oh, yeah, you're back on YouTube, starting from the bottom. The world moved on, and you no longer have an audience. And now they're like, well, see, we don't have to apologize for anything. We don't have to pay you reparations for anything. It's perfectly fine. I gave you back access. Yeah, but you didn't give me back what I had, what you took away. For thousands of people, thousands of conservatives and Republicans lost everything, and they gave back nothing. And not even all of them would come back. I mean, think about it. Alex Jones, he was back for an hour. Within about an hour, maybe 2 hours, Alex Jones was reinstated. He could go back on YouTube. He went on YouTube, said, hey, they let me back onto the channel. I'll bring you some content a little bit later. And then they deleted him again. So it wasn't free speech. They don't like Alex Jones. They don't like certain conservative voices. They don't like certain Republicans. It's not about free speech. If it was about free speech, Alex Jones would still be on YouTube. He would at least have a chance to put out some of his content. And then if he broke any of the rules, they could say, oh, yeah, we're going to remove you. They didn't do that. They just got rid of him. Why? They don't like him. They don't like that he's a conservative. He's a Republican and people pay attention to him. They don't care. Do you see the setup that's being done against you? And then they wonder why so many conservatives are upset. And we have to cool down the temperature. We're the ones who have to calm down. We're not the ones going out shooting up politicians. We're not the ones who are going out and shooting at people who are just talking. We're not the ones who spent the last decade demonizing our opponents. That's all on the Democrat side. We're not the ones who have been caught within 6 months, within 2 years, consistently lying to the American people. Democrats are. We've been seeing over and over again, Democrats have lied, and then the truth comes out. They commit a hoax like Russia, then the truth comes out. They lied about the Ukraine phone call under Trump, and then the truth came out. They lied about Hunter Biden and his laptop, and the truth came out. They lied about Hunter Biden's gun, and the truth came out. They lied about the money that the Biden family was making off of the name and position of Joe Biden under the Obama administration and the Biden presidency. And they lied and got caught again with that. They lied that Joe Biden was a mental giant when they knew for a fact in 2020 that Joe Biden was going through mental issues. His mind was deteriorating, and they lied to you about that. How many times do they have to be caught lying to the public before they understand? The Democrats understand, oh, we can't keep lying. People aren't going to believe the lie upon lie upon lie. They think that their base will forgive everything. It's vote blue no matter who, no matter what. Oh, this Democrat lied to me? Doesn't matter. These Democrats have been lying to me for years and get caught over and over again. It takes less than 2 minutes to find the truth, to just do a really simple Google search, even though Google manipulated the algorithm to make it harder for you to find the truth. And when you find the truth, the Democrats go, it's okay, we're Democrats. Orange man bad. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that seem like a reasonable answer to anyone? Is that a justification for anyone? Democrats believe in the revolving door, and they want to make sure the revolving door in crime, social justice, reform, criminal justice reform. They want a revolving door. They want the criminals back out onto the street because that gives them a reason to say, I promise I'll take care of the crime problem. You're the ones who let the criminals out in the first place. Why should I trust that you're going to fix the problem when you're making money off of the problem in the first place? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Gracie has a comment here. And thank you, Gracie, for the comment. Just takes my bottle of Equate extra strength acetaminophen. Quote, if pregnant or breastfeeding, ask health professionals before use, end quote. It's on the bottles. This isn't new. But how dare you read the product and listen to Orange Man Bad quote the product? How dare you? How dare you listen to the scientists that made the product that told you, nope, this is a bad idea. And we're supposed to say, Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, conservatives bad, libertarians bad. Oh my God, all these people are bad because they're not doing what Democrats say. We're the bad guys because we told you, read the bottle. We're the bad guys for saying, look at the statistics. Look at the facts. I don't care what your feeling is. You can feel anything you want. You're an American citizen. Have any feeling you want to have all day and shout it to the top of your lungs. Go online and pour out your feelings all day long. I don't care. But when you start affecting my rights, when you start telling me how I have to live my life, when you start taking my money to fulfill and fund your feelings, then we have a problem. That's a no-go. Let's see. We also got a comment from Dow. Dow says, we are the aggrieved party, Republicans, conservatives, and our party leaders better get over their phobia of utilizing the tools of government, or this, quote, bleeding Kansas, quote, is going to produce horrific tragedy beyond anyone's memory. It's bad. I agree with you. This is ridiculous. We are in a ridiculous position now and have been for some time. It doesn't make any sense, folks. It really doesn't. Look, I know today's been back and forth. My dog is temperamental at the moment. He may not be feeling well. And I'm checking on him. I'm going to the doctors. It costs a lot of money. I'm dealing with it. And I thank you for your patience today. I know I had to step away a couple of times to try and take care of my dog who's 14 years old. Okay. And I appreciate that you're still with us. By the way, if you're still with me, if you've been with me through all of that, please make sure you hit the like button, you hit the share button, you hit the subscribe button. Help me to get to 5,000 subscribers so I can ask Curtis Lewa and I can ask Zoran Mandami and I can ask Eric Adams to come on to this program and answer our questions so that I can reach out to members of Congress and tell them, answer our questions. And they will. Because 5,000 votes is enough to change most elections, even for members of Congress. Most elections, if you get 5,000 votes, that can change elections. Don't have to win the election, just got to win the margin. And 5,000 votes could do that. That's you. That's you, my audience, are enough to change an election. And that's what gets politicians to show up. And I want to have them showing up. I want them to be accountable to you and to me. I know John says, I'm here. I know you are. I thank you, John. And I appreciate, and I know there's many more people who are watching than what YouTube will tell me. And I know they're restricting it. We can beat them. We can get to 5,000 subscribers. They don't want me to be at 5,000, but we can. Because they told you they will rig the system for Democrats against you. People say, Mike, why are you so upset with the Democrats? Look at what they've done. Not just the lies, look at what they have done. The abuses of the First Amendment. They tried to destroy the Second Amendment. They don't believe in and they disrespect the Third Amendment. I mean, that right there is a reason to be upset. They lie to your face and think you aren't smart enough to figure out their lie. They think you have no memory, or that anyone that you watch online has no memory. They ignore the fact that the internet is forever and that these videos, these clips, you can find them. You just have to search for it. And they don't think you'll ever do it. They don't think you'll ever double check the different news media sources to see if anyone's got a little more information in the news stories, and that they'll read actually the entire article beyond the headline. They think they can get away with anything. They can't. And I hold Republicans to a standard as well. And I've been critical of Donald Trump and other Republicans on this channel, and I always will be. We can do so much better. We can do so much better. Look, I'm pissed off about a lot of this stuff. January 6th, as an example, January 6th, we were told that initially were told there were no federal agents there. The federal government wasn't around. There were 300,000, I'll say again, 300,000 Americans in and around the Capitol building on January 6th. That's a lot of people. That is more than enough people to take over any government anywhere in the world. We've seen in most countries 3,000 people, hell, 300 people can take over a government overnight. There were less than 300,000 in Nepal. 2 weeks ago, Nepal, the government collapsed because of Gen Z kids between the ages of 13 and 28, started rioting because their 26 social media outlets were turned off. And kids from 13 to 28 started complaining. They started rioting. The government toppled. It took less than 300,000 of them. Less. Most of them online. In person, nowhere near 300,000. They had hundreds that were upset and protesting in the streets. Hundreds. We had 300,000 on January 6th. If we wanted to take over the government, we could have. And how many times we've had, 4 investigations into the January 6th, and not one has found that there was a plan, that there was some kind of secret cabal that had some plan to take over the government. Doesn't exist. It is a lie. Yet another lie. And they were punishing thousands of Americans. They were promising that they were never going to stop trying to find Americans and to blame them with January 6th crimes and put them in jail because Democrats didn't like it. Because Democrats were upset. Because someone was allowed into the Capitol building and they walked the halls. Thousands of people. There's 40,000 hours of video. We've seen 4,000 hours of video. 90% of all the people, more than 95% of the people, were allowed to enter the building by the Capitol Police, walk through the halls, walk through the place, and walk back out. No problem. And we're supposed to think this is the most evil day in American history. No, it wasn't. It was reminding Congress they were accountable. And after that all happened, we simply asked Thomas Massie, Representative Thomas Massie, who's more of a libertarian than he is a Republican. Thomas Massie had under oath asked the Capitol Police, asked the United States government, asked James Comey, hey, were there any federal agents there? Because there were people like Ray Epps, who were on video the night before trying to incite people to commit a crime. the day of the event, had video, looked like Ray Epps was inciting people to commit a crime. We have videos of that. There's video evidence of that. Ray Epps wasn't put in jail. He didn't spend 2 years in solitary confinement. Ray Epps was allowed to go about his life. It was only after 2.5 to 3 years of continuous questions from the right, from conservatives, saying, wait a minute, what's going on with this guy? We have video of him inciting people to commit a crime, which is a crime in and of itself. And this guy is running around scot-free. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of people who have been in jail in solitary confinement for 2 years without a trial. And the only thing that's on the video is they were in the building. Police ushered them in, said, come on in. They opened the doors and let the people in. They walked around the Capitol. There were hundreds of people that we have on video that were given penalties, 6 months, a year, for walking through a building that the police allowed them to walk through, and Ray Epps was walking around free. Was Ray Epps a informant? Well, James Comey, John Brennan said, no, of course not. No. Were there any police officers? Were there any federal agents, any federal informants? Were they there at the Capitol? No. No, I don't think so. Maybe 6 months later, maybe there was, a dozen, maybe 24, maybe there might have been a handful of agents there because 300,000 people all in Washington, D.C., all going over to the Capitol. Yeah, we might have had handful of people. Really? Do you know the exact number? No, have no idea what the exact number is. It's not like the FBI can account for every one of their people. That's their job, to be able to account for their people, to be able to account for their informants so that they know whatever's going on. Yeah, they don't know. Nah, there's no specific number. Now we know there's a specific number. 274. 274 federal agents and or informants were at the Capitol, possibly inciting, encouraging, egging on, or actually committing crimes on January 6th. That would be considered entrapment. And now I know you'll say, but Mike, the Blaze, even though the Blaze, they have a congressional source, even though they have sources, they're admitting this, even though Democrats are not Democrats, the FBI, the CIA, they're not denying this. They're saying they don't remember. That's not the same thing. Congress is saying, well, we're not sure. That's not the same thing. And you'll say, well, Mike, the Blaze is not a credible source because they're Republicans. So they're lying. Even though they've had, all of 4 years to lie. They didn't say this for 4 years. No one in the right-leaning news media ever said 275 informants. We said we think there's informants. We think there's a bunch of informants. We think there was a bunch of agents, but we never gave a number because we didn't know, because we look for the numbers, because people like me will come onto programs like this and go, where's the fact? Show me the numbers. Give me the data. If you make a claim, can you prove it? But now that they do have proof and they can say they can claim it, we even have other sources now like Dallas Express, FBI embedded 275 plainclothes agents in the crowds on January 6th. Multiple news sources are quoting this. Representative Barry Loudermilk of Georgia, chairman of the House Select January 6th Committee, is talking about this. Democrats lied to you again. They lied to you. And they thought you wouldn't care. You wouldn't know and you wouldn't care. And mind you, it's because January 6th is the sacred cow of the Democratic Party. When we talk about the autonomous zones that have been across America, that are illegal at every level, local, state, and federal, that violate every law known to man, that result in the death of children, like in Atlanta, like at the Capitol Hill autonomous zone, Indiana, a mom was killed. In Dallas, they killed a couple of black guys. Yeah, that's the autonomous zones. That's Antifa, the terrorist organization. That's what they did. They killed Americans for not agreeing with their political stance. And every time we point to that, the left goes, oh, but it's January 6th. But Republicans are violent too. January 6th, 300,000 people. They're all criminals. What did they do? Did they burn down the Capitol? No. Did they try and take over the government? No. Did they have a plan to take over the government? No. Did they bring rifles and guns? I mean, we're talking about Republicans and conservatives. A huge amount of them are gun owners. Did they bring their guns? No. Did they bring improvised IEDs, improvised explosive devices? No. Oh, they didn't take over the government. Did they try? Wait a minute. Didn't Biden become president? Yes. Was it peaceful? Yes. Oh. Yeah, January 6th isn't the sacred cow that the Democrats want it to be. And the more that we actually do an investigation, like look at the 40,000 or even the 4,000 hours of video that they didn't even tell us existed. They didn't even tell us it existed. And once it came out, oh yeah, there's 40,000 hours. There isn't 5 minutes of video. That's what they showed us. 5 minutes of video. What is actually there? Oh, yeah, there's 4,000 that we know of immediately that was released by Republicans, and Democrats and Republicans know there's another 36,000 hours of video on top of that, because Washington, D.C. is one of the most videographed cities in the world. And they didn't want to show you that. Why? Because you might change your opinion. Because they would expose that they were lying to you. They were fear-mongering you so that they could take advantage. They could emotionally manipulate you. And now we have the evidence. Now the evidence is coming out, because the truth always comes out. And Democrats are saying, don't think about it. Ignore it. Don't worry about it. It's already the past. It already happened. That was 4 years ago. Forget about that. Wait a minute. You're complaining about Donald Trump since a decade ago in 2016. You're still complaining about that. Yeah, but that's different. That's Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad, there is no time limit. Anything Democrats did, well, there's a time limit. You can't go back that far. Let's see here. We got a question. Grace asked a question. Were the informants of the federal government under the direction of Nancy Pelosi and John Brennan and James Comey, were the informants the ones waving the protesters into the Capitol? Some of them might be. Ray Epps was on video trying to usher people into the Capitol the night before January 6th. Ray Epps, I'm speaking about him specifically because I actually have seen the video, which was publicly published. This isn't private. It was publicly published, showing Ray Epps walking through D.C. at several of the gatherings, not protests, just people hanging out together. And he would go around and he was telling crowds of people, shouting to them that they need to be violent on January 6th. Ray Epps, again, did not... Whoops. Excuse me. Sorry, knocked over my microphone. Ray Epps did not get charged with inciting violence or trying to foment a plan to take over the government, even though he's on video doing all of that. So, no. We don't know. Some of the informants may well have been. Maybe. Grace goes on to say, Dems are still lying and saying that law enforcement were killed on January 6th. That is a blatant lie. And anyone who says that doesn't know anything they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. Not one police officer was killed on January 6th. And we Do not know. There's a, but it was later, a week later, one of the police officers, Capitol police officer, committed suicide. What's that got to do with January 6th? How do you connect that? Do you know why he committed suicide? Did he say it was because of January 6th that this person did this to me and I decided to kill myself? No, they didn't say that. There is no evidence of that. They're just saying, oh, these people died. A guy had a stroke after January 6th. And I think 2 days later, he had a stroke and he died. He was also old. He had pre-existing conditions and he died. Oh, but that was because of January 6th. Or maybe it's because he was old and he had pre-existing conditions. Maybe. Oh, but no, it has to be. But Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. So it had to be because of January 6th. No, that's not how it works. Grace that goes on. She has another question. Only one person was killed on January 6th, and she was at worst trespassing. You're talking about Ashley Babbitt. But she wasn't the only person to die that day. 5 people died on January 6th. 2 women, 3 men. Not one of them committed a crime other than trespassing. That was the only crime any of them did. The reason why you don't know about the names, well, the other woman whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, the other woman who I've reported on, I've got videos on this. The other woman who died that day, the news media said she died of an overdose. If you actually look at part of the 4,000 hours of video, Capitol police officers were beating this woman with a baton, and she was unconscious and on the ground. That is a fact. There is video. There is videographic evidence of Capitol police officers beating that woman. She's on the ground. She's unconscious, and they're beating her with the baton. She died that day. The news media said it was a drug overdose. She wasn't on drugs. Another man died because he was struck in the chest with a tear gas container. Now, those things are pretty strong, but they're non-lethal. But when you have an old man who is not the healthiest person in the world, and he was struck square in the chest with a full force, he was only about 7 feet away. They're about, let's call it 10 feet away from the police officer with a tear gas canister that's meant to go a couple of 100 yards, and you strike him square in the chest, and he immediately falls over and has a heart attack and dies. That's police violence. That's brutality. News media said, old man had a heart attack. Left out. Oh, yeah, but he was struck by a tear gas canister being fired into him from about 10 feet. They leave out that part. Oh, well, gee, that's just surprising to me. Let's see. And Grace goes on to say, didn't AOC lie and say she was in the Capitol? Yes. Yes, she did. She said she was in the Capitol. She was fearing for her life. She lied. It is a proven fact. She lied. She wasn't in the Capitol when the 300,000 people came in, and she lied. Oh, they were banging on the door to get me. That was a police officer telling her about the bomb threat that had happened previously. By the way, there were no bombs. No bombs were found. But there was a bomb threat earlier, about an hour before the actual J6 crowd came in. And she was cleared out because a police officer knocked on the door and entered, didn't bang on the door, wasn't screaming, and she left with the rest of the members of Congress that were around her peacefully. She lied to the American people. Why? Fear-mongering, emotional manipulation. Am I surprised that AOC is lying now? No. But she wants to get a reward because Democrats love to reward criminals for doing criminal things. And AOC wants the presidency. We have a comment. Have a cigar. Hello, have a cigar. First time that I'm seeing you on the channel. Thank you for being part of my audience. I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a Cigar says, time to use live. No. I know that was on over at Rumble. I understand the feeling. I can't advise that. If you are facing lethal force, you fear for your life. That's one thing. Maj Toure, and people who've looked back over the history, I've interviewed Maj about 3 or 4 different times. I know Maj Toure personally. He's a good guy. I love talking to Maj. I support his solutionary project in Philadelphia. And Maj has this thing he says. It's very important. And he's the guy who's behind Black Guns Matter. And he's been an advocate of trying to get more Black people in cities to own a firearm and to be trained to use firearms. And that's gotten him into a little bit of trouble. Democrats hate him for that. But Maj Toure has a great saying, and he says very often, look, no matter what you think about a firearm, no matter what you think about the laws on firearms, once you pull the trigger, you are responsible for everything that happens afterwards. Forget about the Second Amendment. Forget about gun control. Forget about whether you should or shouldn't have a gun. You are, and always remember this, as a firearm owner, the moment you pull the trigger on that firearm, you are responsible 100,000% for everything that happens with that bullet thereafter. You hit the bad guy, great. You miss the bad guy and you break somebody's window, that's on you. That bullet travels and it goes into a park and it strikes somebody, that's on you. So you should always be sure. I have absolutely no problem. Own a gun, own 5,000 guns. I have no problem with that. Own all the ammunition it would take you could have the army of Nicaragua. You could supply them with bullets for an entire year. Have that many bullets if you want to. I don't care. You want to have a tank? Have a tank. Many people do. You want a machine gun? 743,000 people have a machine gun. I have no problem with that. Go for it. You want an F-16? I got no problem. Go buy one. If you can fly it, fly it. I have no problem with that. But understand, the moment that you pull the trigger on that weapon, whether it's a flamethrower, whether it's a machine gun, whether it's a handgun, whatever it may be, you are responsible for whatever happens after that. Always keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind. I think that's important. And that's a saying and that's not something I came up with. That's Maj Toure. That's his idea. He's spoken about it very, very often. He uses that as part of his training for first-time gun owners and experienced gun owners. He says that often. If you've seen or listened to Maj talk about firearm ownership, he will say this often. And there is no one in the gun community, firearm community, Second Amendment community, no one disputes that. No one disagrees with that. He's absolutely correct. But the left, they don't care. They don't care. They lie to you. Again, I am showing you the evidence. Just like Obama. He hates science. Obama hates science. He doesn't believe that pregnant women can't have Tylenol, that they should be chugging. Well, he didn't say chug the Tylenol, but he's not upset about it either. He doesn't care about the Tylenol challenge or what it's going to do to those women and those children. Again, we have confirmed there is confirmed evidence of at least one mom who is dying because she had too much Tylenol. You can have too much acetaminophen. I used to work with a guy a couple of years ago, back in 2019. I was working at a job in Broome County, and I was working with a guy I knew. I think he had a problem with his tooth, but he couldn't afford to go to the dentist. So he was chewing on, I think it was Tylenol, I think it was Tylenol. And he just kept taking the Tylenol tablets so that it would leave the pain from his tooth because he couldn't get it fixed. And he was going to keep doing that until he could eventually get into the dentist and get that taken care of. He did that for about a week, maybe 2 weeks. He's just popping pills. He's going through like 3 or 4 of them a day, maybe 6 at one point. He was saying like 6 a day. Made it through a week. At the end of the week, he was in the hospital. He had to get his kidneys flushed. He almost died. Why? Poisoning. Acetaminophen poisoning. Happens to men too. Anyone can take too much acetaminophen and you will go to a hospital because it's poison. If you take too much of it, it will poison your system. Your kidneys will shut down. Your liver will shut down. You will die. Pregnant women, more than others, will have that impact a lot faster. But if you take too much, male or female, you will die. And now there's a Tylenol challenge that isn't talking about this. I know someone real world, a man who was taking too much and he nearly died. And Obama's like, don't listen to Donald Trump. Don't read the bottle of Tylenol itself. We had one of the members of the chat, Grace, just told you, matter of fact, here it is, said it herself, equate. It's on the bottle. It's on the bottle. I'm not making this up. I'm not giving you medical advice. I'm telling you what the scientists have already said. I'm telling you what the doctors have already said. I'm telling you what the product itself already says. Democrats don't care. It's about power. That's it. They just care about power. And they're lying to, and I want you to understand this lie. I mean, it's really widespread. Donald Trump is saying he's going to send federal agents. Yesterday, Saturday, he said he's going to send federal agents into Portland, Oregon. Portland, which is the headquarters, essentially, of Antifa. It's one of their stronghold cities. It's where Antifa were able to have 120 days of nonstop rioting. Again, I cannot emphasize enough to you guys that if you look it up, the average riot stops somewhere between 3 to 5 days. That's it. An extremely long riot would be 11 days because the same people can't keep up the energy to continue to riot. They just can't be angry for days on end. At some point, people have to go to sleep. They have to go and eat. They have to defecate, which in California could be anywhere. But, most other cities, they go home to defecate. And so you get an ebb and flow. And normally, the people who are angry enough to start the riot aren't the people who are there at the end of the riot. They get tired. They have a life to lead. They go to sleep. So you will see that over time, there won't be more people that will stop. Somewhere in 3 to 5 days, on average, the overwhelming majority of all riots end at 3 to 5 days. But Antifa in Portland kept the riots going for 120 days in a row. They were burning different parts of Portland for 120 days in a row. Now, the Democrats will tell you, no, but you don't understand, Mike. The city is fine. I mean, if you just look around, look, Portland's fine. That's a good picture. It's doing okay. And where is it? No, I don't have it. It's on a different source. But if you look around, you'll see online, they'll show you pictures of parks and of schools and of downtown during the daytime of Portland, and they'll say everything's perfectly fine. People are going around, they're shopping, they're going to school, they're going to stores. Portland's doing fantastic. There's no problem. How dare you say that there's a problem? Yeah, are you showing me the areas? Are you showing me all of Portland? They have very specific places they want to show you. But we know there are poverty-stricken areas. We know there are crime areas in Portland, like every city. They're not showing you that section. They're not showing you that area. And they're not showing you what's happening at night. Most riots start at night, not in the middle of the day. Why? It's harder to identify them. It's easier to run away if you get caught or if you're interrupted. Most people won't notice. They won't be able to find out it was you. They won't be able to identify you if they see your face because it's dark. Most riots start at night. They're showing you pictures of daytime in Portland saying everything's fine. That's not when the riots start. They start at night. And you're only showing me one small section. If you go through the internet, they're always showing you pretty much the same section of downtown. They're not showing you what's outside of that downtown area, what's happening in the rest of Portland. Again, they lie, they manipulate. Do I agree whether or not Donald Trump should have military soldiers in Portland? No, I don't think there should be military soldiers in Portland. There's, why was it okay to have military soldiers in LA? Because there are MS-13, Florencia 13, there are gangs, foreign gangs in LA that are actively controlling sex slaving and drug dealing, gun running, and clashing with law enforcement. That's federal. That's a reason to have military there. And the military stood in front of federal buildings and did nothing. They didn't go running into the gangs' hideouts and do anything. Meanwhile, in Florida, in California, Southern California, mayors, the vice mayor of one of the cities was literally caught calling on the Florencia 13 gang, which is a gang made up of Venezuelans, and told them, hey, do me a favor, go attack federal ICE agents. We covered that live. It was covered by reputable, credible news agencies out of California. This was international news. That's what Democrats do. So should you have, when you see that the elected officials of California are calling on international gangs to fight the U.S. federal law enforcement when they are doing their lawful duty, when they are executing the law, they're enforcing the law as it is written, then yes, bring in the military. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. isn't part of the United States. That's a fact. Washington, D.C. is outside of the United States on purpose. That's why they built it there. They built it in the middle of a swamp because no one wanted that land. It was not part of any state or any part of the United States, so that no one would have control over it to have the political leverage on it. And they put, instead of having a governor, instead of having the federal oversight state legislature, they had Congress. Congress is in charge of Washington, D.C. because it's not supposed to be a city. It's not a state. It's not supposed to have a vote, nor is it supposed to have representation. It isn't somewhere anyone's supposed to live. That was never the point. That's why you can't vote in Washington, D.C. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to vote in Virginia or Maryland or any other state. You're not supposed to vote in D.C. You're supposed to go back home to your home state and vote there. You're only in Washington, D.C. to do the government's business. Because if you put people living in Washington, D.C., and if you give them the vote, they will use Washington, D.C. to corrupt the system and to break our justice system, to break our legislative system. It will invite corruption into the system. That's why our leaders at the beginning of this nation said, nope, can't be. They already had the original capital of the United States was New York City. And the reason why they took it from New York City, which was the largest city, it was the richest city, it had the most technology of any city in the original 13 states. And the reason why they took it out of New York City, because it was politically toxic. It was nuclear. It gave too much power to New York City. It gave too much corruption to New York City. So they took it out of New York City and they put it in the middle of a swamp that was not connected to anything. This stuff matters. So that explains why you can have federal troops in Washington, D.C. But every other city in America, including Portland, there shouldn't be military troops. Unless you can give me the qualification that it's not part of America, like Washington, D.C., or it is under threat from foreign agents like MS-13, like the Florencia 13 gangs, like the Tren de Aragua gangs, that are foreigners in the United States that are committing crimes against American citizens. You show me that, organized, actively fighting with federal agents, then I can say, okay, yeah, that makes some kind of sense, and I can see that. Other than that, no, there should be no troops in the United States in our cities. No. Trump disagrees with me. Okay, fine. That's fine. I can live with that. But should, as I said about Chicago, and this is exactly the argument, you can go back, look at the videos that I've done when Trump was saying he's going to send them to Chicago next, which I was perfectly fine with. He was going to send in federal agents. And as I said then, not the military, but send in DEA, send in the DEA, the FBI, send in the Treasury Department, send in ATF, send in all the federal agencies you want to get the crime down, to go after the gangs. Treat it exactly like Chicago in the 1920s with Al Capone. Send in federal agents. Absolutely. That I agree with. And that's true whether it's Chicago or Portland, New York, or anywhere else in the country. Not the military, but federal agents enforcing existing law. And somehow Portland thinks, well, that's a bad idea. Why? You have a bunch of domestic terrorists that control your city. How is that different than the mafia in the 1920s? Because Antifa is no different than, actually, yeah, they are different than the mob. They're more violent. They're no different than Hamas. They're no different than the Houthis. They're no different than Hezbollah. They're terrorists. Domestic terrorists, but they're terrorists. They terrorize American citizens. They create autonomous zones. They burn down cities. Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization, and they should be treated as such, and they should be arrested. They should be found. They should be identified, and their strongholds should be broken. Portland says, no, you can't do that. Orange man bad. Just because you like your domestic terrorists doesn't mean that they're not domestic terrorists. Just because you like the laws they break, that you like to see them broken, doesn't mean that's not criminal. It is. And to Jasmine Crockett, who says, well, committing a crime isn't, you're not a criminal if you commit a crime. Yes, you are. We say it again, Jasmine Crockett. Look this up if you doubt it. I think I covered it earlier, not this week, but last week. Jasmine Crockett says, being a criminal is a state of mind. That's stupid. She also said that just because you commit a crime, that doesn't make you a criminal. Yes, it does. Not only in Texas, not only in California, also in Portland. Yes, you are a criminal if you break the law. If you like Antifa for some sick reason, they're still criminals. They still are terrorists. They still break the law, and they should be punished by the law. Period. Full stop. If anyone disagrees with me, tell me why. You can type into the chat. You can go to YouTube. You can go Facebook. You can go to Rumble. You can go to X. You can leave me a comment. You can SuperChat or RumbleRant and tell me why Antifa isn't a domestic terrorist organization. I can show you the dead bodies. I can show you the damage. I can give you the damage totals. I can show you the video of the damage. We can go and compare. You can tell me that you feel that Antifa are the good guys. I will show you the evidence that they're the bad guys. And then we can decide your feelings versus the facts that exist. Facts that are confirmed by the left. Every single source that I can show you about the damage that Antifa has done to America and to Americans will be solely coming from the left-wing news media. That's how easy it is to prove. I don't have to go to the right wing. I can give you original sources from the left proving Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization. I can show you the damage and the lives they have affected, and you have feelings. Which one is the one we're supposed to run America by? Which one? What do you think most America is going to go with? The feelings of the leftists that like Antifa and want to destroy America, or Americans that believe in the rule of law and enforcement and see these guys as terrorists that already know and can point to and say, yeah, they burned down a city. They committed acts of arson, vandalism. They attacked moms and killed them. They attacked children and killed them. That's Antifa. But hey, if you think I'm wrong, let's have the conversation. As much as I have a very passionate and strong position on this, let's have the conversation. If you think I'm wrong, if you are a member of the elected officials in Portland, any level of government, local, state, or federal, in Portland, in Washington, and you think, no, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. I will give you 12 hours. Let's talk about Antifa. Let's go through the evidence. Let's go through the facts as confirmed by the left-leaning media itself. I won't use any right-wing sources. I won't use any source that isn't a credible, internationally recognized source, and they will all be left-leaning, and I can prove my point. Let's have that conversation. Oh, that's the left not actually responding because they know I'm right. So I hope Trump does send the troops in. And we know what's going on over there, by the way. If you look for it, you will see. This is not the military. What you're seeing are federal agents going in, and they're already taking care of Antifa. They're already going in and breaking up the power base of that domestic terror group. And the left is upset. The left is angry that a terrorist organization in America whose only purpose is to destroy the Constitution, destroy the amendments, to destroy the infrastructure of America, and put in their authoritarian will, their own authoritarian rule. They want to be dictators in America. This is what the left is upset about. How dare you? How dare you stop the lefts from becoming dictators and authoritarians? That's what the left is upset about. And you got to love how the left, they love to take their little video edits. They'll take, look at them. They're taking video of minutes upon minutes. And what is normally shown, the right will take a video and they'll show you 15, 20 minutes. So you get all the context. The left will show you 15 seconds because they don't want you to have context. They just want an emotion. So there is evidence out there right now, and you can see it for yourself. Hang on, we got a comment here. This is a comment from Green. Hello, Green. Thank you for being part of our audience. First time that I'm seeing you. Hopefully, you will subscribe. I can only hope. Green says, that's cool. And where is the Epstein list? One thing at a time. One thing at a time. You want to be upset about the Epstein list? Fantastic. I'm dealing with other things. And does that mean that Epstein will never be resolved? Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Guess what? Democrats weren't going to give you the list. They weren't even going to pretend to give you the list. They ignored the whole damn thing. So if you want to be upset at the Republicans, be equally as upset with the Democrats because they offered you nothing as well. Everyone loves to pile drive and go, oh my God, Trump promised. Yeah, the Democrats didn't even promise that. They gave you nothing. They didn't even try to give you anything. They didn't even give you a smoke screen about anything. They just ignored it completely. Said, oh, well, that's gone. Done. He's dead. We're not even going to talk about it anymore. It's over. At least Trump gave you it. You can call it the illusion of justice or anything else you want. You want to blame anyone? I think you can blame Pam Bondi a hell of a lot. But yeah, is it a failure of the Republican Party? Absolutely. I don't question it. Should have had the list by now. I agree with you. And what's your point? What's your point? How does that change what's happening in Portland? How does that change the crime in Chicago? How does that affect anything I've been talking about today? How does that bring Charlie Kirk back to life? Now, I'm not personally mad at you, Green. I'm not. I'm upset about the issues and the dodge. Because what you're doing is you're dodging the issues that we're talking about. And you're saying, yeah, but there's this other thing I am upset with. A lot of people are. No government is perfect. No government does everything right. And yes, they fail. And sometimes they fail in big ways on big issues. And I would say that's the Epstein list. And life goes on. There is more going on in America right now than whether or not we get the Epstein list. Is that important? Do I want to see all those politicians in the United States that are on the Epstein list because of what they did to children? Do I want to see them thrown into jail? Absolutely. Until I can get that, there is another world that I have to deal with because life goes on. You want to be upset about that one issue? Fantastic. There are 12,000 others that I have to deal with that we all are living through. So yeah, where's the Epstein list? Okay. And what else? What about it? What about everything else I've talked about today? One doesn't eliminate the other. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I know. My dog. Family's letting me know about my dog. So again, Green, this isn't personal. I'm not personally attacking you. I'm attacking the argument because the argument is meant to distract and to deflect and to discredit. That's what that's for. And that may be why your name is Green. Maybe, I don't know. It's a distraction tool. It's a deflection tool. There's more going on in the world than just that one thing. Okay. So Dow says, if anything, dealing with this acceleration in upscaling civil upheaval will eventually lead us to the Epstein list. Could. It absolutely could. If we can fix the government, then it goes on. Oh, Green does have a response, and I want to be fair. Green says, it's all about principle, and I don't see it from the Republicans. You also don't see it from the Democrats. That's my point. If you can say it's about being principled, fantastic. And your principles were ruined by Democrats as well as Republicans. Both sides are screwed on that issue equally. The Democrats are just as bad at this as the Republicans are. And the government goes on. You don't trust either of them. Great. Vote Libertarian or vote for third party. I have no problem with that. Vote for a third party candidate. Vote for a Libertarian candidate. But you want to say, oh, but Republicans are bad. So are Democrats on the same exact issue to the same exact degree. I got no problem with that. If you have that problem, that's fine. Vote Libertarian, vote third party, get someone else in. Okay, I can live with that. Go for it. Convince all your friends, vote Libertarian, vote third party, and get someone else in altogether. I have other things to deal with. telling me, but I should be upset with the Republican, then you're not being honest. You should be saying, I'm pissed off at Republicans and Democrats for what they've done in the last several years on providing that list. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Shouldn't the Democrats have given you the list? Matter of fact, they just had the last 4 years to give you a list. They've had 4 years to give you a list. They didn't even talk about the issue. Okay. So I think I've answered that. Again, I'm not upset with you, Green. I'm upset about the issue and the distraction. That's what I'm upset about. I understand. I have many friends. Frank Johnson, a guy I do a show with every Wednesday. He's, I have a panel discussion with him. He's livid about the Epstein list. I understand. He's my good friend. I've known him for over a decade. Great guy. And he goes ballistic about that. I've heard this argument before. And I said the same thing to my friend as I'm saying to you. I get it. And then there's still other stuff to deal with. I get it. We need to resolve that. I don't question that. And it's not just a Republican problem. It's a Democrat problem. It's a government problem. And let's keep going because it's not the only problem we're dealing with. So there's that. All right. And if you don't like my answer, I'm sorry, but that is my answer. Anyway, as you just heard, my family is calling me. We've been on for about 5 hours. I know we had to take a break in the middle of that. But that was everything I really wanted to talk about today. I think. Oh, one last thing I wanted to bring up. Let me bring this up real quick. Trump said, so the reasons why we have immigration's, the ICE facility in Portland. Why is Portland even important? Because we saw in June that the ICE facilities were attacked. In September, the attorney's office brought federal charges against 26 people, Antifa, for crimes including arson, assault against police officers, and resisting arrest. DHS on Friday said there had been repeated attacks and sieging of ICE facilities in Portland. This is being reported on by the BBC. By the BBC, internationally credible left-leaning source. The reason why they're there instead of Chicago, because right now Antifa is attacking law enforcement more so than in Chicago, and so that's why he's there. Okay, and by the way, last things, Green says you're not wrong. So Green agrees with me. It is a problem. I acknowledge the problem. It is a failure. I acknowledge that failure. And Green, you're right. Vote Libertarian. Vote for third party. Get all your friends to do that. Elect someone in the third party or the Libertarian Party. Change the system. I got no problem with that. Green goes on to say, like I like to say, it's one big party and you're not invited. Yeah, you're not really wrong about that. We're not invited into the party. And the left and the right do protect themselves and their parties very often. Sometimes they both work together to protect the establishment, which if you've watched this program before, you know I don't like the establishment. I'm not an establishment Republican. I'm not an establishment conservative. Sometimes I disagree with them vehemently, and I agree with you. I disagree with them vehemently about the Epstein tile, but there are other things to talk about. There are other things that are happening. And for me, on this program, that is not the only thing I will talk about for the next 5 years. But I thank you for having the conversation with me, Green. I thank you for questioning me. I thank you for bringing it up. And I thank you for your patience to understand that my passion about why that it didn't upset me, but it's an irritant because of the way that phrasing is used. I thank you for your patience to see that it isn't an attack on you. It is an attack on the one-sided nature of the way that has been presented to the American public. It's not one party, it's both parties. It's the establishment. That's our problem with the Epstein files. All right, folks. So we've been on for a while, like I said, and I do thank you for your patience as I've dealt with my dog, who's 14 years old. I thank you for being with me all the way to the end here. Some of you have been all the way with me all day. Some of you dropped in and out throughout, and I appreciate you, whether you've seen 5 minutes or 5 hours. I thank you. I appreciate you. I thank the new people who were speaking, like Green, and also I want to thank Have a Cigar. I thank you guys for being new voices speaking up. I always appreciate it. Whether you agree with me or not, I appreciate you for even asking questions and for bringing up issues. I think it's important. I want to thank John Lashcombe and Phil for your super chats. Every dollar matters. It does help. I got a bunch of bills I got to pay off for my dog. So I thank you for that. And remember, folks, I'm trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to win the moon. I'm not trying to be Mark Cuban or Jeff Bezos. I just want to get to 5,000 subscribers this year. Simple. And hopefully you will help me to do that. And one day I'll be able to have enough money because of you guys as my Patreon supporters and through your contributions and support. And I'll be able to get a staff so to make it easier for me to do all the things I need to do, like walk my dog while I'm talking to you. But, one day we'll see. All right, folks, I thank you. I wish you the best. And I want you to have a great day. See you later this week.